Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Also present is Victim Services Advocate Nina Vasquez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Lawrence N. Simonoff, inmate number 388770.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Lawrence Simonoff, inmate number 388770. He is serving a sentence of 15 years jail followed by 10 years special parole for attempted sexual assault, first and home invasion. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 16, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. The offender has completed the men's trauma group, self-awareness group, coping skills, anger management, individual therapy, social skills, stress management, voices, Tier 2, Second Chance PAL program, co-occurring disorders, problem sexual behavior, alternatives to violence advance, and the offender is currently working in the officer's clothing. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Do you have a statement that you'd like to read?
Yes, I do, sir. Please forgive me if I start coughing. I'm being treated for pneumonia right now, and it's been very stressful over the last month. So please forgive me if I start to cough. I'm having a difficult time today. So thank you. I'd like to start off first in saying I realize that the Honorable Board of Paroles and Pardons has heard countless victim statements during their tenure. Please know that mine is my own, personal, genuine, and sincere, even though it may hold a familiar tone as those that came prior to it. I'd also like to read my statement now that I've compiled over many times over the past 13 years of my incarceration. I first thank the Honorable Board of Pardons and Paroles for the privilege to appear before you today, as I have patiently awaited for this day to express my remorse, my empathy, and the apologies to the victim of my crime, her family, and others who were impacted by my actions, and also of the journey of my rehabilitation. First and foremost, I wish to extend my most sincere and heartfelt apologies to the victim of my crime, also her family, for my most shameful actions and regrettable actions on the night of January 21st, 2012, and for the resulting trauma and pain that I alone am responsible for. While the words "I am sorry" seem simple and small, given the scope and depth of my offense, they are sincere and they are genuine. The empathy and remorse that I carry and feel is with me each day. My hope is that with the passing of time, the wounds that I have inflicted have begun to heal. However, I am afraid that scars will remain. I hope and pray the joy, the peace, and the happiness the victim and family is so entitled to in life, I have not kept from them. In reflecting on how this terrible event came to be, I chose to use cocaine to ease the pain and loneliness I felt in witnessing the horrible effects of Alzheimer's on my now deceased mother. I chose the urges and desires, the instant gratification to feel better in the moment and follow irrational thoughts at another's expense, my victim. I am deeply sorry for my actions, as well as the suffering I have caused my victim and her family. Time has allowed me to see how my poor choices, thoughts, and my actions have led to my offense. I now have the skills and tools and clarity to make positive, healthy, and meaningful decisions to lead a purpose-filled life. I am also reminded of the cost and impact my thoughts and actions have had and the heartbreaking pain I alone have caused. During my incarceration, I have taken advantage of the multitude of programs available to me to address my addiction, my urges, flaws, and shortcomings. I am now aware of thinking errors which can lead to undesirable outcomes. Voices, NA, AVP, Tier 2, Sex Offender 1 and 2, as well as others, have been most helpful. They have also been engaged in the prison industries for the last 8 years, namely in officers' clothing, giving me a purpose, self-reward, ethical, and morally empowering work. The mindset has been instilled from my 20 years of being self-employed prior to my incarceration. I also enjoy helping others to dream of positive possibilities after prison. I hope in the opportune time to once again be a business owner. Also, I have pursued my associate's degree through ASNATUC for self-value for a positive path forward. Time has also allowed me a new profound honor of being a father to my only child, my daughter Haley. Also, my son-in-law, Aiden. The title and pride I feel as a father is dear to my heart. Years lost, simple and special moments, now lost to time, I only hope to make up. I look forward to my daughter's wedding, as a father should, to hold and get to know my new granddaughter, Claire. Born on January 12, 2025, and to experience the wholeness and love of family. I so dearly miss to have closure on the passing of my mom in 2012 and so much more. I will continue to have the needed emotional support from my daughter, son-in-law, as well as assistance in finding housing, employment, and necessities in order to lead a positive and healthy purpose-filled life upon release. Prison has done all that it was intended to do and more. Reflection on myself, what brought me here, the impact on the victim, her family, and others, as well as genuine empathy, remorse, and regret for the pain I have caused. This has been a life-changing event in retrospect. Early in my incarceration, I received 4 disciplinary reports. I was terrified of prison, never having experienced its environment prior. My anxiety and depression, coupled with the abrupt termination of prescribed medications, only compounded the issue. I accepted full responsibility for my actions and the behavior earlier on in my incarceration. Not since, and after adjusting and accepting, now 13 years, have I had a single issue or disciplinary report. I've learned much about myself over the years. reflecting daily on this terrible event and how it came to fruition, its impact on the victim, her family, and countless others. While I cannot undo the past, I can certainly change and control the direction of my future for the better while making amends while possible. I am deeply ashamed of myself. My remorse and empathy run deep, and my apologies to the victim and family sincere and heartfelt. I am truly sorry and wish for continued healing for the victim, her family, and all others I have hurt through my actions. I thank you for this moment and hope you will consider my sincere words and emotion in your consideration of parole today, as I will most certainly abide by all the guidelines and parameters set forth and not reoffend in any manner. My ambitions, hopes, and dreams and past experience guide my way to a healthy and positive future. I thank you for allowing me to express my words today.
Thank you, sir. So at a parole hearing, what we do is we've heard your statement. We've read all of the information that was submitted to us. You've done a lot of work since you've been in, and it's obvious that you've done a lot of reflection as well, the writings that you submitted and such. So we take a look at the offense and what happened on the way in, and certainly when it includes, when it includes an attempt at sexual assault and home invasion, it's a very, very serious offense.
I do understand, sir.
And then we take a look at everything you've done, and then we take turns asking you some questions to add some clarity to what we've read. Then we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. They're going to facilitate victim input in the case. At that point, we're going to talk about your case and we'll give you a decision, okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay, and we're going to start questions today with Board Member Chance.
So, Mr. Simonoff, I want to thank you for your opening statement. It covered quite a bit. There's one area that I just had a few follow-up questions to ask. You completed the problem sexual behavior treatment program in 2019. Can you tell me what insights you gained from that program?
First off, the counselor who held the course was probably one of the best counselors, licensed clinical social workers, Steve Tannenbaum, who I've had a chance to get to know during the course. He allowed me to look inside myself to see and discover how during a period of vulnerability that I was going through at that time, that reaching for the wrong avenue of satisfaction, in my case being sexual gratification, was the wrong choice to make at that time. And not to make any excuses, but what compounded the issue was my introduction to the use of cocaine to ease my pain of seeing my mom suffer. It just made, I was unable to balance my highs and lows. I lost interest in my family life, which I loved. I lost interest in my business, which I strived to perfect over the years. And instead, I reached for something that would make me feel better in the moment, which unfortunately became the urge for sexual gratification. In clarity, it's helped me over the years to develop the clarity that urge has completely disappeared, and it only came to a climax at that point in time during my life, during the vulnerability, and it was the wrong thought process. So now I'm more aware, giving that program of all the sex offender treatment programs, going back to the 6-month one that I had done at Garner with a Dr. Boganoff, to the track 1 here at Osborn, to the track 2 that I participated here at Osborn. They've all built upon the foundation to help me realize that those thinking errors are incorrect, and also when if they ever come to fruition again in the future, to reach for help. So I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, so I want to ask you, so in your explanation, you said that it was a combination of two things: unable to balance your family life and the illness of your mother.
That is correct.
So were you personally taking care of your mother? Or
I was.
she?
The situation, and not to get too complex and drawn out, but to give you an overview, my mom became diagnosed with dementia, and it progressed to Alzheimer's very quickly. Having a business with almost 70 employees, a family life, a condo in Vernon, it became very difficult for me as an older son. I had a younger brother, Randy, who was reluctant to give me a hand coping with my mom, putting her in Woodlake Care Facility in Tolland, dealing with the Title 19 process, which I had no previous knowledge about, selling her home, emptying it of furnishings. It became such an overall burden on me. The cocaine became a crutch and a poor remedy, and I kept telling myself I could put it down tomorrow. But I remember going to the nursing.
Were you introduced to it?
I was introduced to it by my brother, actually. Unfortunately, he left me with the mess and moved his family to Monument, Colorado, prior to me admitting my mom into the nursing home. So I was left with the bulk of trying to deal with my mom's care and seeing her deteriorate. And I would use cocaine prior to entering the facility, where she would in turn introduce me to nursing staff as my deceased father, who passed away back in '86, who I still carry guilt from, because that is another episode of a low point in my life. He had asked me not to go out that night, and I went out with a friend, and he ended up having a massive heart attack at home. And I've carried guilt all these years, so that guilt only compounded when I came to this next vulnerable stage in my life of caring for my mom with Alzheimer's. So
I want to just stop you there also, Mr. Simonoff. So you were dealing with issues from the death of your father, and then when your mother's illness came about, it sort of came back again, and you
Correct.
started using the cocaine. So did you address any of those issues when you did individual therapy, or did you get grief counseling? Or
I had reached out, ironically, several weeks prior to the offense to my family physician and said, I didn't address to him my deep problems. I said, his name is Dr. Matthew Friedman out of South Windsor. I asked him if he could possibly refer me to a psychiatrist. He gave me the name of a doctor in Glastonbury who, it's been 13 years, I don't recall his name. I reached out to him, left him a voicemail message. It was weeks before he got back to me. And then he told me on a voicemail message at my home that he couldn't see me for 6 weeks. So in that course, I reached out to my business in health insurance, which was Connecticut at the time in Farmington, and asked if there was any providers in my area who could give me immediate assistance, and they were of no help. And during that interim of me trying to reach out for help, the offense transpired. So
going forward, Mr. Simonoff, knowing that you have your parents' grief that you're dealing with, if you have another family occurrence, how would you handle it going forward?
Right now, in the facility, I'm not taking, right now, this is the first time in many years, I have been off mental health medications for probably 5 years now, 6 years, maybe better. I have much more clarity of thought now. For some reason, the medications that I was on did not seem to help, although I continued taking them for doctor's orders. But for future, I intend to involve very comprehensive therapy. I'm not ashamed of reaching out for help. I've done that in the past. I know this journey of rehabilitation just doesn't end when the doors open here. I realize it's an ongoing process, probably for the rest of my life. So I would take the proactive approach on immediately upon release, and when the doors finally do open, to be proactive with the parole officer and all else involved in my case and the stipulations to set up therapy for sex offender, for emotional support, for drug addiction, and continue that, and not just say, okay, I feel better, it's time to stop this. I think it's, from what I've learned and what I know and what would make me feel comfortable, is to continue that talking, because what I do here is I journal a lot. It helps me to see my thoughts on paper where I can go back and read. So I think having a sounding board and someone to respond in a positive manner, even though some things may be difficult to swallow, that process needs to be ongoing for me, and I'm open for that.
Now, in terms of your addiction, okay?
Excuse me.
That's okay. Specifically, what are you referring to? Are you referring to attending meetings, get a sponsor, do the 12-step,
I think
reach out to CCAR? I mean, there are lots of things that you can be a little bit more specific.
yes, of course. While here, I've attended NA meetings, which I felt very helpful, although they can get distracted in a prison environment. I've reached out to CCAR, who I've also met with, and I've reached out to them. They unfortunately have not gotten back to me to further, but I think what I would look forward to, I think one-on-one counseling is probably the most effective. However, group support is also a foundation.
One-on-one counseling for substance abuse?
Across the board, substance abuse, sex offender, and emotional support. I think emotional support is a foundation for all of that. So there are 3 areas I would like to concentrate on, all separate. I don't think one will overlap the other. I think because they're both highly specific areas that need to be addressed and continue to be fostered.
But I'm going to say to you, Mr. Simonoff, that for
Yes.
sex offender, the group setting is the most appropriate and most effective.
I understand that, and I am completely positive for that.
Okay, so I would, urge you to consider that.
It's been considered, and there's no question in my mind that I would not follow that through. You have my word on that.
Okay, and I am glad that you connected with CCAR, because one of the things that they do is they will help you in how to live a sober life in a sober community.
Correct.
And it sounds to me like, that would be of help to you, seeing that you've never addressed that before.
Correct.
So I find that very positive, and it's good that you proactively, decided the 3 areas that needs addressed in order for you to move positive in your life.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned as social support that your daughter and your son-in-law, you also mentioned your ex-wife. Are you still in touch with her?
Not verbally, but we correspond via letters. She's been very supportive over the years. She helped me get my feet on track during my initial years of incarceration, getting my necessities in order here. And we're both involved in, even though my daughter is 30 years old, she was 17 when I became incarcerated. I came in 2 weeks before her 18th birthday, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We are both highly involved verbally in fostering my daughter, and now my new granddaughter, as much as I can possibly do, but we both communicate in my daughter Haley's interests.
Yeah. Now, you have indicated that you want to go to Hartford to a halfway house.
My daughter lives in Manchester. She has a home in Manchester. She is right now embracing motherhood as she should. My son-in-law Aiden is self-employed, and it's ironic because he has an embroidery business, doing shirts for Home Depot and certain airlines out at Bradley Airport. And he also has connections with employment with other companies in the East Hartford, Manchester, South Windsor area that would value my skills that I've learned here in officer's clothing, which is identical to what he does. But right now, my main focus is when the doors, I'm very ambitious when it comes to work.
Can you clarify something for me?
Yes.
You keep saying officer's clothing. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
different than the clothing factory?
The officer's clothing is a separate department. We catered to the commissioner of corrections on down. We do the captains, the wardens, the commissioners, all their uniforms, their badges. I do digitizing, specializing in their names.
Okay,
and so
I got
forth.
it. I
It's a
didn't
secure
realize
area.
that was a separate area.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, there are one or two very good halfway houses where if and when you do go out, because you also have 10 years of special parole. So,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, whatever we do here, we still have to do your special parole stipulation. So thank you for your opening statement and answering my questions. And I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Simonoff.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Board Member Zappo says.
Thank you. Mr. Simonoff, I just have one question for clarification.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
one of the reports that I read, you had noted that your cocaine use started around the age of 26.
That is correct.
Okay, what is the span of time between your beginning usage of cocaine and the onset of your mother's illness?
When my father passed away in '86, April, it's ironic. My dad passed away on April 18th of 2086. My mom passed away April 18th, 2012. Same day, 26 years apart. Shortly, about a year after my dad's passing, I began to experience severe panic attacks. I had gone to a Dr. Kugelmass, who is now deceased. He was at what they call the Manchester Child Guidance Clinic. And he said that I was carrying a lot of anxiety and guilt because of the passing of my father and not being there at his request that night to stay home. And that I was experiencing during the holidays severe anxiety attacks. I was treated briefly with Klonopin and Xanax back then, which then I became weaned off of. But the problems persisted, and I became introduced through a fellow worker to cocaine for a very short, it was a brief 6-month period. Again, it seemed to alleviate the problems of feeling negative at that point, of feeling down in the dumps, but then again, you had to keep chasing that feeling. And I remember the day, it was October 17th, my mother's birthday. I ended up being able to stop cold turkey, and I had never picked up cocaine again from approximately, I'm going to say 89, during the period you're referring to of that age, till at least 2011 when it became reintroduced into my life from my younger brother who moved to Colorado. So during that period of time, I was only a social drinker with friends. That was very occasional. I did not like alcohol. I did not like the way it made me feel. I was not a marijuana user. I was not a heroin or any other substance abuse. So during that period of approximately 89 to 2011, I lived a very sober and healthy life, and especially developing my business, which I bought a franchise back in 93 and developed over the years to what it was prior to my incarceration. That was my...
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. So really the only clarification that I needed was the drug use piece, because you didn't have any type of criminal history associated up until your offense. And I was curious as to the drug involvement piece. And my colleague did touch upon the fact that, future family occurrences could pose a problem for you. Are there any other triggers that you've identified during the course of your programming and counseling that you are now able to watch for and plan for if they were to occur?
What I've been able to recognize is life for anyone, me in particular, because that is who in the spotlight today, is not simple. It has its hurdles, and I've come to recognize that. There are ups and downs to life, and it's the way that we approach them, the way that we think about them, and the way that we act upon them and ask for help, most importantly, in how we address them and overcoming them. Grief affects many people in different ways. It can be profound, it can be life-threatening, it can be short duration, it can be a long duration. I'm a very emotional person. So with me, I'm going to call myself soft. Little things tend to affect me, but I'm not afraid now to ask for help and pursue that help. Where I've seen others, I can handle it on my own, and having that frame of mind usually ends in trouble for someone. So I'm much more aware now, and I'm not afraid to pursue help before it even happens, because I'm well aware that life outside these doors, once they finally do open, is not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult, especially with the stigma of being a sex offender, which I've talked about with my daughter. And, fortunately, she boosts my morality a little bit. But I am aware there's going to be hurdles in the future, but I will never, ever fall back to irrational thinking to cure or foster a different type of approach that has a negative outcome. That is beyond me right now. I only have good intentions to live life to its fullest and to give back to the society that I've taken so much from. I feel that's very important, and that's with me each day that I wake.
Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Again. One of the things that was really important for me to hear, that I really thought was genuine was, I don't often hear somebody go to the extent that you did in terms of recognizing what the victim in this case went through and may still be going through, and the ongoing things that the person could still be dealing with. Oftentimes we just hear, "I'm sorry," without deep reflection, which is what you did. And voices, which deals with victim impact and understanding, is a program that you've taken that you received an excellent evaluation in it. And that's really important. you're 61 and, you know, you went, many years in your life with really only one hiccup in 1990. There's only one other thing that was, that's on your record, and it wasn't sexual or, you know, in nature, you know? So I appreciate all the work that you did.
Thank you.
Because there's a lot of people who come in and they don't do a fraction of what you did. And there's a lot of people who come in who do like no planning for the release, you know? And part of our job is, well, I mean, our job is to get to suitability for parole. You know, as a board member, do I believe that when you're released, if we were to release you on parole, would you offend again? Right?
Never.
And well, I mean, we hear that sometimes.
Yes.
But, you know, and we hear that oftentimes, but it's not backed up by the amount of work that somebody needs to do to actually bring about the change that's happened for you. So I appreciate what you did.
May I say something briefly? I've come to realize too over my time here, while I can't fully appreciate the pain that my victim and her family, mother and father, have gone through, I've many times switched the scenario, unfortunately, but I've had to do it because I'm a father. And I love my daughter dearly, is put my daughter in the same situation and to feel the pain and the sorrow that her parents felt at the same time, not being able to do anything but comfort your child and not being able to explain why things happen as they do. So I've done a role reversal many times, as painful it has been for me. And I am thankful my daughter's never experienced something that I had put my victim through. But in order to fully understand, I've had to do that. So I wanted to experience the pain that her parents felt, because change cannot happen without pain. And that has been an added factor in my rehabilitation, is to picture myself in the same position as a parent, which I am. The world is not a kind place today. My daughter has told me numerous times, Dad, it's not how you left it. People are beeping their horn at a green light before the light even changes. People are rude. People are disrespectful. It's not the same as you left it 13 years ago. And you have to be prepared for that. And I'm prepared as much as I can be, but I'm willing to face those hurdles and overcome them with a positive outlook. So I just wanted to add that, and I thank you for allowing me to do that.
Absolutely. So at this point, I'm going to recognize the Office of Victim Services for victim input, and you can't speak at all during victim input. And then as soon as that's done, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. So your part in the hearing's now over, okay?
Thank you so much.
Ms. Vasquez?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and board members. We have a victim who's logged on to this.
I'm sorry, can you speak up just a little bit more? We can't, it's small.
Is this better?
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. We have a victim who is logged on to this Teams meeting and wishes to address the board. This is your opportunity to express to the board members your wishes and concerns. Please unmute your microphone and you may begin.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I want to start with the fact that I appreciate the fact that Mr. Simonoff has taken courses and gotten counseling while he's been incarcerated, and I appreciate his apology. But in consideration of his parole request, I think it's important to share what effect his choices had on me and will continue to have on me for the rest of my life. I lived alone in a 3-story condo in a quiet complex. I was 27, and that condo was my first home. I was happy there. He lived two doors down from me. We said hello or waved whenever we saw each other, and he seemed like a fairly normal neighbor. Unfortunately, I was wrong. One night, I was woken up by the feeling of 2 hands rubbing upwards from the top of my breast to my shoulders. I opened my eyes and saw a black silhouette standing over my bed. I can still see that silhouette clear as day. And every time I think about it, I'm reminded of the fact that I went through something that nightmares are made of. Something that you see in the movies, and something that you think will never happen to you, and something that should never happen to you. And there were 3 distinct points that night that I actually thought I was going to die in my own home. It's been 13 years, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. The first time was when he had me pinned on the ground next to my bed with his arm pressing my neck against the ground. The second time was when I was trying to get out of my bedroom away from him through the door that connected my bathroom out to the hallway. He grabbed me from behind and threw me away from the door towards the shower. And there was a 90-degree angle tile ledge in the shower. And as my face was falling towards that ledge, I distinctly remember thinking I was going to hit the ledge and crack my head open and die. The third time was as I managed to get to the top of the stairs. He came up behind me and shoved me down the stairs towards the sliding glass doors at the bottom. And I remember thinking as I was flying down the stairs that I was going to slam into the glass and die in my own home. I can also still distinctly feel on my tongue the latex glove that he was wearing when his finger slipped into my mouth as he covered my mouth while I was screaming. Whenever I see latex gloves, the feeling of them on my tongue flashes through my mind. After I managed to escape and get to a neighbor's house, when the police came, they asked if I wanted to call anyone. And I refused until they told me that that nightmare had actually happened. It was so surreal that part of me thought maybe I just had the most realistic dream of my life, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. After that night, I was terrified to sleep in my own home. I went to counseling. I doubled down on security for my home, but still never felt even remotely safe. For about 2 months until he confessed. Anytime I heard a raspy voice, I thought maybe that was the person that was him. Every time I looked at a man, I wondered, was he the person that invaded my home, touched me in my bed while I was sleeping, and almost killed me? Even my father won't ever forgive himself for not proactively safeguarding my home. He went so far after that happened as to put bars across the tiny basement window to try to protect me from maybe someone even ever trying to get into that tiny window. I know my mother feels the same anxiety and fear, and I don't think she'll ever get over that either. It's been 13 years since this incident happened, and it still affects me. I know what it feels like to actually think you're going to die in your own home, and I know that it's actually possible. I have a lot of anxiety that I never had before this. I've struggled with anxiety on and off over the years since this has happened, and it's impacted me and my family in many ways. My anxiety has also increased with the thought of him getting out of prison. No matter how much security I have at my home, it never feels like enough, and I just keep upgrading my security measures. Just this past week, I upgraded my system with the thought of him getting out. If I hear a sound in the middle of the night, my head starts racing. My heart starts racing. If something seems out of place or strange, I have to search my house to make sure no one's hiding somewhere. If someone comes to do work at my house, I take extra mental notes about what they look like, what they say, and what they do, in case I ever have to talk to the police again about who's been in my home. I make sure anyone who comes to my house to do work knows that a dog lives there. I don't trust my neighbors. I'm always wondering if they're watching me, planning an attack, or having sick fantasies about doing things to me. I don't like anyone touching my chest area. I don't like to sleep on my back because it makes me feel extra vulnerable to unwanted touching. Even preparing for this hearing has caused me a lot of anxiety, and I suspect I'm going to have a lot of increased anxiety after this. I find myself spiraling with anxious thoughts about the what ifs. And at times, the impact that this has had on me even surprises me because I know how strong I am. Frankly, there's a lot that I don't even want to say today about how this has affected me because I'm afraid of what will happen to me or my family as a result. Rest assured that his choices have significantly impacted me and will continue to impact me for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that statement with us. It's important that we hear the impact of criminal offenses, especially offenses like this, and what kind of ongoing damage has been done. So we're now going to. That's it, Ms. Vasquez. Yes.
Thank you, Sherry. Yes, that's all that we have for this case.
Okay. We're now going to discuss the case and come to a decision. Board Member Chance.
Yeah, so I certainly appreciate and heard everything that the victim has to say. And, you know, my last thought from her was when she talked about even preparing the statement for today and the anxiety that it has caused her and not wanting to share anything more because of what she thinks will happen to her and her family. No matter what we say or do today, we can't remove those things from her thoughts. I just hope that she continues to take care of herself, and I share everything that she has said. I totally understand that. I just want to also say Mr. Simonoff has certainly spent the last 12 or 13 years working on himself. And he explained everything in terms of what led him up to that tragic day and why he's still responsible for what he did. He is aware of the harm that he has caused to the victim and her family, and he has expressed that. He gave explanation of the reason for his 4 DRs. And I'm not gonna go over all the things that he mentioned, but you know, he does have a relapse prevention plan because it included connecting with CCAR to address his substance abuse. He has a release plan to go to a halfway house with family support. He has job assistance from his son-in-law. He has, emotional support from his ex-wife and daughter. And he has good work ethics as evidenced by the work that he did at DOC. And he did complete 13 programs over the period of 13 years that he was there. And he does, grade out very low of risk to reoffend. However, I heard the victim loud and clear, and it's evident to me that she still relives that event, and she gave those 3 examples of why she's reliving it. And I hear her concerns and know that she's aware that he was given 15 years. And so originally, I had a question mark coming in. But I can tell you after hearing the victim today that I'm going to go with a denial for today. And my reasons are just going to be the nature and impact the victim and victim's family. So, Mr. Chair.
Okay, board members have to say.
I think this one is very difficult because the victim's statement was compelling. And I think that we've also on the other side seen that Mr. Simonoff has engaged in risk relevant programming, has spoken to his offense, has expressed remorse and regret and apologized. And I found him to be sincere. The copious amount of programs that he's done speaks to the fact that he leaned into creating offender change for himself and owning what was a grievous offense within the community in breaching the sanctity of a young woman's home within a neighborhood that she felt secure in. I just don't see at this point what there is left for him to do within the period of his incarceration. And I do believe that coming back out with a period of supervision might be beneficial. So I'm going to leave it open at this point. I mean, I could go either way on this, Mr. Chairman.
Just as a reminder, because that 10 years.
Exactly, and is on the registry.
So this is cases that come before us they're all tough. Especially when you have, victim input that's strong, that talks about, what it is that somebody goes through. And, this being in 2012, what somebody continues to go through, 13 years later. And, the thing is that, it's unfortunate, but, the victim in this case is going to continue to go through.
I don't believe he's a threat to her, though.
I don't either.
I don't think so either.
Right, and that's weighing heavily.
And that's the thing for me. It's, if there were any indication that he were a direct threat to the victim in this case, knowing that he goes out and he's assigned to the special management unit, that he's put on GPS monitoring as part of that process, that he reports to a parole officer and, as a sex offender would go out to a halfway house that's appropriate for sex offenders and is going to be put in a group, or a program that involves, lie detectors and eye detects and things that are going to keep Mr. Simonoff going in, a direction that he has embraced, right? And, you know, he does have in the community, how many times do we see in a community where you have a business person who, you know, who has years worth of, we have letters from people that his business used to service, you know, not that does anything to alleviate the pain that the victim feels, but, you know, that he has, you know, he has done things like that, you know. You know, for me, it's not somebody, you know, when we hear home invasion, it raises the hair on the back of our neck, as it should, you know. I don't believe that Mr. Simonoff goes out with the threat of committing offenses like this again, especially with his, and we hardly ever see a well thought out release plan, which includes a recovery plan, which includes mental health support, which understands that he's going to have to address, you know, 3 things out there where there is definitely a family out there that is going to try to help him reintegrate and have a position out there that he can do, you know. I don't feel for the victim in this case. However, I really believe that Mr. Simonoff is suitable for parole.
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead, sure.
So, I thought about this, and despite all the positive things that Mr. Simonoff has done, in the victim's mind, she thought she was going to die on 3 different occasions. And it's obvious that she has not finished addressing those 3 different fears at 3 different times. And I think that's kind of where at in that I still hear that he needs some more time in order to do that. And I'm sure she's aware that eventually he is going to be back in the community. And so I address all the positive things that Mr. Simonoff has done and the positive detailed release plans that he has. But for me, you know, I just wanted to impart that was the piece that really.
I totally respect what you're saying.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So, board member Zapusasu, where are we?
I am leaning toward granting discretionary parole because I do not believe that he is at risk of reoffending or poses a threat to the victim. And I believe that his programming and his release plan speak to those points.
So it would be today's date.
So what would we have? I have halfway house. I have mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. I have community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior. And I have no contact with victim ES. There's also a registered victim SS.
Yes. So
it would be those 2. Is there anything else that you have in this case?
That's all I had.
So regarding Lawrence Simonoff, 388770, I move to grant parole on or after today's date, February 14th, 2025, with the following stipulation: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, and no contact with victims ES or SS. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. That was nay. So on a vote of 2-1, Mr. Simonoff, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to release. And I hope, I don't want any further discussion, but I hope you really heard what the victim said. Because there's, as you pointed out to begin with, the impact is there. So, you go out and you continue to do what you've done inside, on the outside, okay?
Thank you so much.
All set, officer.
This concludes the hearing for Lawrence Simonoff, number 388770. You're all set, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Mr. Brown.
I would like to know, is the allowing, I want to make sure.
Absolutely.
There you are.
Okay,
Okay, so just add that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, George Hans.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Also present is Victim Services Advocate Nina Vasquez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
David Kawiecki, 205-177.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Kawiecki, inmate number 205-177. He is serving a sentence of 18 years jail with 10 years special parole for corrupt organization and racketeering act, five counts of conspiracy to commit burglary first, criminal possession of a pistol/revolver, assault on a public safety officer, larceny third, 3 counts of larceny first, burglary first, 3 counts of larceny second, and burglary second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 12, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. The offender has completed anger management, stress management, alternatives to violence, people empowering people in tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
I did all my programming. I'm enrolled in school for my GED. I'll be taking my tests next Wednesday, and next month I should be completing my GED. Have a GED diploma, and I stayed positive throughout my incarceration without getting any DRs, any trouble. I've been a role model inmate throughout my incarceration. I just stay positive, you know, be good as I could be, you know, and throughout my incarceration, just, you know, being safe. And I caught COVID like 6 times already, you know, to put a toll on my body. Now we got the flu going on, you know. I try to be safe, you know, without, you know, putting too much stress on my body, you know. I have, you know, medical problems, you know, and I tried to be safe as I could, you know. It's hard for me to, you know, to be, you know, safe, you know. It's in this environment, it's got to be positive, you know. And I work my best, you know, in school, trying to achieve my diploma and everything else, be productive, you know. I always stayed positive, always working, being in school, working as a laundry worker, a tierman, food server, shower worker. I just kept, you know, keeping up with the place, you know, cleaning up the place, everything, stay positive, you know, trying to do my best. Stay on everybody's way, be myself, you know, and try to get out of here in one piece, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kawiecki. So we've read about your background, what's brought you here, you know, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. We do have victim input, a statement, I believe, that is going to be read. And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. All right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate, you know, your work towards GED and your success there and some of the programs that you've taken and stuff like that. What I didn't hear anything about was the offenses that you committed.
Oh, I pled under the Hartford doctrine. I don't admit any guilt, and the state had enough evidence. That's what was the plea agreement there. The state had enough evidence to convict me, you know, and I had to accept the offer, you know. I had public defenders. I didn't have a private attorney. You know, I have a new public defender today. You know, that's helping me out. You know, with a sentence modification also. Thank you.
Yeah. So I can appreciate the way you answered that question. You know, for me, you know, I have 4 pages of victims here. And I got absolutely nothing from you. I haven't had, you know, I've been here for almost 6 years, haven't had that many victims in a case before. You know, this was very well planned out stuff that happened. I realized that when you talked to the parole officer, you had nothing to say except they made me the fall guy, you know, the whole thing. So I am not believing at all that you didn't have anything to do with this. You wouldn't be sitting here right now if you didn't, right? But I didn't hear anything about that, right? Which for me leads to where's the change here? You know, it's some other guy, you know, some other guy's responsibility, you know? And for me, coming to a parole hearing like that, I really, you know, I have nothing. So I'm just going to see if any of the other board members have questions because I can't support your parole today. Board members Apusasu, anything?
I have no questions.
Board member Chance, anything? Okay. Ms. Vasquez, you have a statement in this case, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do. I had the opportunity to speak with several of the victims. Only one wished for me to read this on their behalf. And it reads like this. If he has been rehabilitated, I am okay with him to be released onto parole. However, if he hasn't shown any changes, does not take full responsibility, even though I believe in second chances, I'm not in favor of parole. Thank you, Chair. This is all that I have for this case.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. That was definitely somebody that was trying to extend some grace there. So where I'm at on this case is that I do not believe that Mr. Kawiecki is suitable for parole. He doesn't show through his statement and through the questions asked just about the offense in his interview with the parole officer that he has affected the amount of change that I would need to see in order for him to go out. He has a criminal history that looks like exactly what he's in there for. And the nature and circumstance of how many offenses are here just doesn't get it. While I do recognize that Mr. Kawiecki is trying to turn things around through his work with, the GED. And certainly that's something that he should continue to do because, if he goes out there and if history repeats itself, he's 52 now, we'll be seeing him again for another, how many years, right? He's got 10 years of special parole to follow this. I have halfway house placement, have mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. I have a list of victims that I will read for inclusion in no contact with victim or general stay away. And I have no contact with 5 co-defendants. So,
I have 5, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely agreement here with what you said.
Okay, so regarding David Kawiecki, 205177, I move to deny parole based upon nature and circumstances of the current offense, criminal history, and inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to set the following special parole conditions. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation, and treatment is deemed necessary. No contact with co-defendants Sebastian Kuzik, Marcin Paxbo, Anthony Panfano, Camille Sikowski, and Robert Kowal, and no contact with victim SS, CC, MA, BH, MS, another MS, and a general stay away from Express Food Mart, Ms. P. Petromart, European Travel, Obsession Market, Cumberland Farms with the address East Street in New Britain. In DDS office of Dr. E.T. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Kawiecki, we're sorry that we weren't able to give you a parole today. We hope that you use the time to continue to work on your GED and you're able to get some things done when you get back outside.
Okay. That's no halfway house, right?
That was special parole. And DOC halfway house is something that they'll review. Well, actually, DOC reviewed you for a halfway house and denied you. The halfway house is attached to your special parole.
Oh, okay. Is it approved for a halfway house or no?
At the end, when you discharge and go to special parole, yes.
Oh, okay.
This concludes the hearing for David Kawiecki, inmate number 205177. You're all set, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day. Happy Valentine's Day.
You too.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on our record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Cole.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasso.
Also present is Office of Victim Services Advocate Gina Vasquez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Lawrence Vincent Vetere II. My inmate number is 443734.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Lawrence Vetere, inmate number 443734. He's serving a sentence of 10 years executed suspended after 4 years with 5 years probation for 3 counts of criminal violation of restraining order, criminal possession of a firearm, violation of protective order, and illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 21st, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Yeah.
I'm up.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I believe I should be given the opportunity for parole because I've had a lot of time to think and meditate and correct behaviors that led to my arrest. I'm truly sorry for violating the judge's orders to stay away from my house and should not have responded to my wife's texts and Facebook messages. I also should have been transferred my legal firearms to a friend or the police instead of leaving at my mother's house, which led to the situation. She found it. I was out on bail and she wanted it out of the house. So I went to get the firearm and later on that night got pulled over because I had no place to stay. I kept it in the truck that same evening. So there was no malice as to the rifle being in the vehicle. And I'm truly very sorry for both of my ex-wives getting worried about the situation that occurred. I have not been in any trouble with the law since 2006 in New York State. It's one of the reasons I moved to Connecticut, nor will I after this. 2007, I got clean from drugs by going to AA and church-related 12-step groups. Started my own construction business, Vetere 2 Construction, DBA Clearview Fence, which I still own and will hopefully operate again when I get out, and if I'm granted parole. I own my own home in New Milford with over 11 acres where I run my business from. I still currently own that. I have a strong community within the churches in the greater Danbury area where I'm good friends with many pastors and in the AA community as well. I will continue with the same plan I used in 2007 to put my sobriety first, using the tools I've learned over the last 20 years. God, church, 12-step programs, my friends and family in these places. I have very strong ties in the community. I work for many law enforcement and many people that work for the city of Danbury, New Milford. So this is kind of a very embarrassing situation that occurred. And hopefully I'll be back in business within a few weeks if I'm granted parole. I have a lot of loyal, I have over probably 200 to 300 loyal customers in the area that all trust me with their families and homes. I run a $500,000 a year business, and I've been running since 2008, which does very well. It's a fencing business. Before this event occurred, I had 750 credit score and great business ratings with no issues. I only reference these things as to it being a solid proof that for the last almost 2 decades, 17 years, that I have been a law-abiding citizen, business owner, and a good father to my children. I have no history of violence, nor have I even thought of committing a violent offense. The end of a bad marriage brought upon a situation I could have avoided had I gotten the help that I needed. I only wanted to go back to my house, which I own, I solely own, and I'm truly sorry for the whole situation. I really hope the parole board can see the man I've been over the last 15 plus years, and not just these offenses. I'm fully equipped and prepared to re-enter society clean and sober with the home business and strong community of sober-minded people to make sure I have a solid foundation to build back upon. I will make sure I obey all the court orders regarding both of my ex-wives, and I really need my children back in my life. Children I've fully supported for 11 years, and I've never missed a day without my children being around me. And I'm a great father to my children, and my children love me dearly. I really want to thank the board this morning for giving me the opportunity, and I hope you all can see my sincerity and know that if I'm granted parole, I will succeed because I'm a mindful person who considers his future actions and success in all these areas of my daily life. And I truly am sorry to both my ex-wives for the worry that I caused and the community, because I do have a lot of friends and people that work for the state as well as the cities that I got arrested in. I'm truly sorry for the hurt that I've caused my children for my absence. And I just expect, and I know from the past that I have the ability to get right back on track and maintain my business and home and my community within the churches and AA. That's my plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vetere. So what we're doing here is we've read about what brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since. We've received some letters on your behalf, and based upon the information that we have in your interview with the parole officer, we have some questions for you. We're going to take turns asking those questions, and then we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, and then we're going to discuss your case and give you a decision. Okay?
Sure.
So questions today, we'll start with board member Zappo Sassu.
Good morning. So, when reading through this case, there is a bunch of concerning and alarming components to it, and you hit on many of them during your opening statement. There's firearms, there's a machete, there's violations of restraining orders and protective orders and illegal possessions. And and frankly, failure to comply with laws and regulations. I have to assume from reading through this and looking at your substance abuse score at the time, which was a 4, which is high, that drugs and alcohol played a role or severely impacted your ability to make good decisions during this period. And I was hoping that you could spend some time talking to us about your road to recovery and the drugs that you used, how you came to use them, and where we stand today.
Sure. So I explained a little bit about my road to recovery. I have a very strong ties within the community. I did stay sober for almost 17 years. So I have a lot of time being clean. This was a very short period of time. I'd say a couple months that I had been using on and off right before this incident occurred. And truthfully, I'm new to the order of protection thing. I really had not been in a situation like this. So I didn't know how serious it was at the time. And being the fact that I was using, I wasn't really in the right state of mind. I was using crack cocaine for a very short period of time, on and off sporadically. I was going through a bad situation with my marriage at the time, and you know, a lot of disagreement. So I was leaving the house, and you know, just not doing some of the things that I should have been doing. So basically, yeah, I did contact people to get some help at the time. Back in the days, my drug of choice was heroin, something I've never gone back to. You know, but I do know for a fact that I have the ability to get back on track. Like I said, I have multiple churches in the area that I go to 12-step meetings, and I started to go before I had gotten arrested. I contacted a couple pastors of mine that I'm friends with, and like I said, I actually worked at a drug treatment facility, and I do have a lot of connections. So I know I have the foundation of people in the area, and I know that my business and my home and family means a lot to me, way more than any drugs. It was a very short period of time. Not saying that it's okay, but it definitely did impact my thinking. But as for the machete, my lawyer brought, it was I did have work tools in the vehicle, and I have a fence company. So I do use the machete to go through the woods when I'm measuring, when I'm going through prickers and stuff like that. And I guess it shouldn't have been in the vehicle, but it was with my work tools, but they charged me anyways with it. The rifle, it was a legal rifle. I own 11 acres of property in New Milford, where I can legally hunt. So I am an outdoorsman, and this was not an illegal rifle. I just should not have been in possession of it. My attitude, I do truly apologize, because my thinking was very old school type of mentality. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, and it was always never surrender your firearms type of beliefs. Now I'm looking back in hindsight saying to myself, that's absolutely ridiculous. It would have been a temporary thing had I just listened and turned them over to police temporarily and let the situation go by, and they would have been able to bring him back. But I just wasn't in the right mind at the time.
And I think that points to some of our concerns, is that, you know, there are rules and laws regulating public safety for a reason. And when someone willfully says, well, that doesn't apply to me, or I'm not interested in that, or I know better, you know, that's a concern. Can you talk about the role that alcohol has played in your life? Because it is also noted in one of the reports that you experimented with alcohol early on as a young teen. And has that continued in your life?
So alcohol was, you know, when you're younger, I'm sorry. When I was younger, I drank moderately, not heavily. Alcohol was really not my thing. I do drink, you know, a little bit of wine before this event occurred, but nothing crazy. It's not really my thing. But I did drink a little bit of wine. I don't have issues with alcohol. Was never my drug of choice was heroin. And, you know, being that I had lost a few friends to heroin laced with fentanyl over the last 10 years or so, you know, I was not going to go back to using that. So it's just kind of you know, I was going through a lot of hardship, and you know, I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but it was just a bad choice altogether.
Okay, thank you for being honest.
Thank
That
you.
brings me to your discipline history, and there were 2 for Pruno while you were incarcerated. So that spurred my concern about your alcohol issues. And can you talk about those discipline tickets?
Sure. I have never been incarcerated before, so I was, they put me in Walker. My bond was $1 million. And so they put me in Walker. And in Walker, I'm not sure if you know about Walker Correction, there's a lot of Pruno that is made in that facility. It's almost like they kind of turned the other way. So you know, when I had gone there, I had a cellie that was involved in, I never made it before. So somebody taught me how to make it, and it was just something to make a little money and just, to be honest with you, kill the time. It was just, I was going through a lot at the time, but you know, it's not something I was actually engaged in drinking, and I'm not into wine. Wine was my drug, my drink if I did drink.
Okay, and again, I think to me that just speaks to there are facility rules, and maybe
Yes.
you could have read a book or something else to pass the time instead of engaging in illegal activities within the facility.
Yes.
Continuing on this theme, it has a note here that you were discharged from Tier 4 and you wanted to do Tier 2. So when we look at someone who has a criminal history that's intertwined with drug use, I'm curious to see your reflection on what that means. That's the program that we like to see people take in terms of addiction services. So
Yes.
tell me about that turn of events with Tier 4 and Tier 2.
So I took, you know, I was proactive in here. I tried to get a job. I did get a job, but they put me in, and I wrote in for Tier 4 at the same time. So I wrote in Tier 4. I got into Tier 4 program and didn't end up doing the job. I went into the Tier 4 program. I was there for about 2.5 months. To be honest with you, it's a very minimal program. They're not, you know, I've been in 5 rehabs from 1998 to 2007. I left Connecticut Valley Hospital in 2007. That's when I stayed clean. So, you know, I've been in intensive programs. Tier 4 is very minimal. It's 2 classes a week, I think. So I was there for the 2.5 months. I learned a little bit of refreshing stuff that I've learned from the past, but they put us over into the cell blocks. We were in a dorm setting, and Tier 4 is supposed to be running a dorm area. So they put us over into the cell blocks again because of moving into jail. So they ended up putting me with one of the elders. Now, one of the elders are people who have completed the program who are there to basically keep things in order and, you know, make sure that, you know, people aren't doing things wrong or talking out of place and doing, you know, illegal things. So I was placed with one of the elders. Everything seemed to be okay. And the first day that I got into the cell, he said he had a bottom bunk pass. So, and I have witnesses, Counselor Regazzino and Counselor Stewart both knew what happened. He wouldn't let me in the cell, and he was an elder, and he said he had a bottom bunk pass, but it expired and he wasn't moving to the top bunk. So it was a big situation that occurred. I had to sit outside for 3 hours until he cooled off. And finally I got into the cell and he sat on the desk. He was really upset with me because I told him I had a bottom bunk pass. I have two bad hips. And so there was kind of like a grudge break from the beginning, and I have 2 of the counselors were witnesses to this event. And, you know, for 3 weeks, he was just trying to throw books on the bed, and he was just frustrated with the situation with Tier 4 and not being in dorms because he had a single cell at the time. So a lot of that frustration came down upon me. So I had asked him for 3 weeks politely, please stop throwing the books in the middle of the night. He was detoxing off methadone, so he was going through a lot of stuff. He was up at all hours of the night. And one night I was going to divorce court the next day, so I was a little nervous. I was just shaking my foot in the bed. He's like, why are you shaking your foot? He got really upset with me, and I yelled at him. I said, I've been dealing with your you're throwing the books for 3 weeks. I've been polite and asked you. Make a long story short, he went to the counselors and said he felt threatened and whatnot. I didn't threaten him. I didn't say anything threatening towards him, but he did go to the counselors, and being that he's an elder in the program, he's one of the only 2 elders, and I got placed in a cell out of all the people in there with one of the elders. So I felt it was very unfair to me. I told Counselor Kawiecki, it's not fair that I was one of the only people placed in a cell with an elder. He wanted the bottom bunk. It was well known to everybody about the situation that occurred. And, I told Counselor Kawiecki, I just don't think Tier 4 was for me. I've been in intensive drug programs. It's really not much of a program at all, especially being now in the jail cells, because there is no program. It's just 2 minimal classes a week. They're 45 minutes 2 times a week, and sometimes they just cancel the classes and give you credit. So for me, who's been in 5 drug programs that are very intensive and worked at a drug facility, it was kind of like being in kindergarten again. And I'm not denouncing the program and saying it's not, I'm sure it works for a lot of people. And she understood my concerns. I said, look, maybe Tier 2 would be better. She said, I would recommend you for Tier 2. I said, I'd be willing to do that. I had the time, and but to be honest with you, I'm not saying, I know you guys like to see those programs done, but I've been in intensive programs where, you're doing programming every few hours. So, it was kind of very, very minimal, but I have like I said, very strong ties with the AA community. I do my meetings. I run meetings at the churches, and because we do 12 steps of faith groups, same thing as AA. Like I said, I volunteer for at some of these churches to help out with addicts and stuff like that. So I'm very advanced in the recovery, being clean for so many years.
Okay, so all that being said, you have also referenced your 5 intensive programs, and you do have that sober period post 2007 that I think probably ran up through 2022 or close to that.
2023, yes.
Okay, so the 5 previous programs, obviously when you left CVH, you were able to take skills with you to stay clean. What were the intervening factors at that point? Was that the domestic issues becoming prevalent that caused the relapse?
Yes, correct. Me and my wife had, we have 6 children between the 2 of us. I have 4, 2 from an ex, 2 with her, and she had 2 from 2 other relationships she was in before me. So we had 6 children from 2 different households there. My ex-wife, so from 4 different households. So there was a lot of stuff. I run a very reputable fence business in the Milford, Brookfield, Danbury area, which is very demanding. So I'm very busy. Plus juggling all the kids and doing stuff. My wife had started her own business, which she was supposed to help me with mine. So it caused a lot of friction in the relationship, a lot of arguing, no hands-on or threatening or anything like that. But it just got to the point where, I had told her I was just overloaded, and, that was pretty much what happened.
What were the lessons that you were able to take away from the domestic violence programming that resonated with you?
Actually, Counselor King was amazing. He was a very good instructor in that program, because at first, we say, oh, domestic, it's not, they make it out to be much worse than it is. And these programs, they're jail programs, they can't, that's what the talk around the jail that people say. And actually, I took a lot out of it. It was one of the best programs, that I've been in, way better than the Tier 4, that I learned about the red flags of relationships, how to avoid arguments and other options that you could do instead of engaging in arguments and, getting help or walking away. But it was a great class. It was very engaging. He really engaged us with us. during that whole session. Yeah, it was, it opened my eyes to a lot. You could see how little fighting situations can easily change into a violent situation. You know, there were some videos that we watched that were, you know, that explained a lot of these things. But for me, it was really the red flags, because I've had 2 marriages. They were quick relationships. You know, getting pregnant after a month and a half into the relationship, and then, you know, I now look back and see, wow, I could have avoided this or slowed things down, and, you know, not gotten into these, you know, situations.
So that brings me to my last question before I pass it on to my colleagues. And that is, you have 2 ex-wives, both of whom are referenced as protected people within our conversation today.
Yes.
How do you envision co-parenting moving forward, and what does that look like?
So, I mean, personally, for me, I would love if somehow or another I could reconcile my relationships with both my ex-wives. I have no grudges against them. I've had the time to really, you know, especially with my faith, to just understand them, know their pain, know the frustration they've had to deal with, and hopefully at some point, maybe through a third party or some sort of victim advocate, to be able to speak to them somehow to co-parent, because I would love to be able to co-parent. My ex-wife and I, you know, we don't really co-parent. She doesn't really talk to me. I wish somehow or another that could get better. I don't know, you know, with the protective orders that they got, because what had happened was my current wife, who is, well, I think we're divorced now. I'm not sure if the judge ruled yet. I've been going through the divorce case while being in here. She called my ex-wife and told her to get an order of protection, and it was kind of a complicated situation. So, you know, I just hope somehow I could restore that back. You know, they see that there was no harm to them. I was not, you know, I didn't have any issues with them. It was, you know, I was battling my own things. She was just concerned, you know, at the time.
I appreciate that. And your children are young, and I hope
Yes.
that there is an opportunity for you in the future, but I will just end my questioning and caution you that, again, there's rules and regulations and laws in place. And right
Absolutely.
now, with the orders in place, I would caution you to use all appropriate legal avenues in order to pursue anything now or in the future, so that you don't find yourself in violation again.
Of course. I have a very good lawyer, and she's helped me to make sure that, you know, I can't do this again.
So I'm going to turn this back over to the chairman for any other questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Board Member.
Mr. Vitere, so I'm just going to go over some of the things that you said, and I'm going to try to do it. So you said you had not gotten into trouble since 2006.
Correct.
But you're now in incarceration, so you may have stayed out of trouble between 2006 and 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes.
So that's, for me, that's the clarification piece. You were asked to turn in your guns by the police.
Yes.
And you did not. Okay? Because you didn't want to. And today, you're telling us that you're old school because your father told you never surrender your firearms. But we're living in a world today when the police know you are in possession of guns and you have 2 counts of criminal violation of restraining order. You need to turn in your guns, and you did not. So for me, you defy the law there. You claim that you are not in your right state of mind. You also said that had you gotten the help when you needed, all this wouldn't have happened. So my question is, what is the help that you were seeking that you did not get?
At the time, I should, have gone into a detox. That's what I was talking to my friend who's a pastor, Pastor Adam Fredericks, we had met, and he recommended me to go into a detox, and, I should have listened to him. I should have listened to him. I should have turned into firearms. I do look back in hindsight with complete remorse, because obviously spending 2 years of my life incarcerated was definitely not worth a foolish decision like that. But I should have entered into a detox, and from the detox, I could have been going right back to my AA, and like I said, I'm very close to my pastors, and I have spent a lot of time in sobriety, so I have the foundation.
Heard that. So my next challenge to you is, you've indicated that you have been in 5 previous drug programs.
Yes.
And they were very helpful to you, and you were able to maintain your sobriety.
Mhm.
Today, for me, when I heard you spoke about Tier 4, I felt that you were undermining the program because you probably felt that you didn't need it because you had completed 5 previous programs. Now, I'm thinking that what would have been more appropriate from you is to say to the counselor, I don't think I need this program, but I do Tier 2. But you were removed from Tier 2 because you threatened someone and you were given 30-day suspension. Is that correct?
It's not, I didn't threaten. So what the situation is, the person said they felt threatened. I did not threaten anybody. I do not threaten people. Never had a violent history before. I do not go around threatening people.
But isn't that the reason why you were suspended for 30 days from
that
the
he
Tier
said
4?
that he said that he felt uncomfortable and unsafe being with me in the cell. Correct.
Okay. And someone just doesn't come up like that unless someone says something to them and they feel threatened. So it would have behooved you to say, maybe you said something that was not appropriate, but everything I hear you saying, you're, putting the blame on other people. So also going to your order of protection, you said you were new to it, but that was a court-ordered document.
Yes.
And you had 2 of them. It's obvious that you didn't pay any attention to them, because if you did, you would have taken it more seriously. And I believe your wife told the police that you had put a knife to her.
That's what she said, but that never happened. I have to be honest. I wouldn't sit here and lie.
But there are 2 orders of protection.
Correct. I should have obeyed. You're absolutely right. I was absolutely wrong. And looking back now, I with all the adrenaline and things that were going on at the time, I was just not thinking correctly. But having 2 years to thinking about it, it was absolutely foolish. It was just foolish, to be honest with you.
And I know you think your sentence was excessive, but I would like you to really think about everything that has occurred, okay? And it would have been more helpful to me if you had actually acknowledged that you screwed up.
Oh, I do know that.
Yeah, but you come up with all these reasons as to why things happen. And it was always that, you're blaming somebody else, not turning in the firearm. You listen to your father because you're old school. What we're supposed to do is there are laws.
Correct.
And we just need to obey the laws.
You're absolutely right. And
You
yes,
did with a gun
yeah,
and a protective order,
yes,
and that's why you are where you are.
yes, ma'am.
And, you know, you relapsed, and it's obvious that you needed treatment and you chose not to participate. So accept all those, you know, responsibilities as yours. And I think you will find that you will deal with what you have to do going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I had a question, and I heard you say on more than one occasion that you're a great father. But I want you to tell me why you think you're a great father.
I just, for the record, I don't think that I'm a great father. I know that I'm a great father from not just my own perspective, from my families, my friends, my pastors. I'm a member of several churches. People know me very well in the community. I'm very well known through Brookfield and New Milford and Danbury police departments. People know me very well. I'm very good friends with many of the officers. People know me as a good father. I have been there financially for my children. I've been there emotionally for my children. I bathe my children in the morning. I change my children. I've been changing diapers for the last 11 years. I am involved in my children. I put almost all of my children through private Christian school. I don't think that I'm a great father, ma'am. I know that I'm a great father.
Okay,
The
so
situation-
Mr. Vetere,
Yes.
you say you are a good father, and you just gave some examples as to why you think why you say you're a good father.
Yeah.
So to follow through with that, you need to obey the laws
Yes, ma'am.
and follow the court rulings, because you've been incarcerated and
Yes.
your children are out in the community and don't have their father.
Yes.
So when you tell yourself you're a good father, you need to walk the talk and do the right things.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Chance, I'm going to try not to beat a dead horse here, but just for clarity. So you were in Tier 4, yet you weren't in J-Dorm.
No, so when we were in J-Dorm, just for the record, so for the first 2 months, we were in
Or
J-Dorm.
the end. I want to talk about the end here.
Okay,
The
yes,
transition is what I'm, because we're
Correct.
well aware of J-Dorm. We've been
Yes.
there, we've walked through,
gotcha.
I've sat in on groups there, stuff like that.
Mhm. Yes.
So you were not in J-Dorm when this whole, I want to go to Tier 2 happened?
Correct. So I was in J-Dorm for 2 months. Right at the end, they put us into the cells. So that's when all a lot of changes occurred.
And so you weren't taking part in the daily things that happen within the dorm
Correct.
setting, right?
Yes. Yes.
And thus just going to one or two, we hopefully 2 groups a week, and
That's it.
that's where we're at.
Yeah, they stopped the AA meetings and everything. So it was really, since I had been in the cells, I probably went to 2 groups in almost 3 weeks.
Okay. So
Yeah.
also clarification, you had said something to board member Sapu Sasu that you were pretty well clean from 2007 to 2022.
Mhm.
Yet, what I have in front of me is it says that you relapsed on crack in 2015.
Correct. Yes, I told the
Okay,
parole officer that. Yes.
and that's what happened.
Yes, that was a 1 month period. It was very sporadic a few times. I had told my wife, I gave it to her, and then I stopped. It was a very short period from, I did not hide that from the parole. I told Menard that, yes.
That's what I'm reading. Yeah.
Correct,
That's what
yes.
Yep.
Just trying to clarify what the deal is there.
Yes.
And when it comes to the violations that I'm looking at here,
Mhm.
because obviously for me, when I looked at this, I was like, yeah, no.
Uh-huh.
Because too much is going on with domestic violence and guns, right? But I'm looking at this and I have one, not that none of these are okay, but there was a contact in Facebook. Then another violation where you had a thick head here about turning the guns in
Yes.
that you're supposed to, and you've, you came to your senses,
Yes,
although it took prison for you to do that.
it did.
Then what did you do? Not out in front of, in the driveway?
No, I'm not sure what the,
April 25th, 2023.
not out in the driveway. I'm
Seen in
not
the
sure.
driveway, seen in the driveway of the residence. You're seen in the driveway of the residence that you were just, what were you doing there?
I'm sorry. Yes, I went back to get tools out of my work truck. I have a business operation at my home.
Yep.
Yes, I went back to get tools for my truck.
And then, but there wasn't any direct contact,
No, sir.
direct contact in those two.
No.
And then you received the possession charge. And then you went and slept in the truck.
I'm not sure
And
what it said.
That's where they located the machete and shotgun shells.
Yes, I was trying to get a hotel room in the Marriott Hotel in Danbury. I was having trouble transferring my cryptocurrency to my bank account, so I wasn't able to. I fell asleep in the truck. So just for the record, like I said, I have property at my home where I hunt and I'm an outdoorsman. Yeah, that's.
I totally understand that. I don't have it. I'm trying to go through this because
I understand. Yes.
Like I said, when I first read all of this, I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah. No, I know it looks really, yes, sir.
Yeah, no, it looks awful.
Yeah. I know it does, but if you're gonna say,
and not for nothing, you know what else looks awful? The Pruno tickets.
Mm-hmm.
You know better.
Yes,
I mean, great businessman, but making hooch to get somebody else drunk, that's to make money that you don't need.
Correct. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it was a hard, stressful time in my life. I've never been through something like this. My first time in prison, honestly, sir, I was just going through a lot. I was extremely distressed. I was unsentenced, not knowing my future, and there's no programming at Walker. You literally are just there. At the time I didn't have a TV, and it was just a lot of stuff going through my head. Looking back now, since I've been sentenced, I knew I'd stay out of trouble. I need to get back to my family, my children, back to my business, back to my home. Like I said, I have a very reputable business out there. I own my own home.
Okay.
And I have very strong ties in the community with the AA and the churches. And that's how I stay clean all these years. I did have a very brief period, like I told Parole Officer Menard, in 2015. I never hit that. There's just a lot, so it's just, there's certain things.
But yes, I know how to stay clean and sober, and I know how to go to my meetings every single day and make sure I stay in contact and in good connection with my family. I have a great family out there. My mother, my sister, my aunt, all within, all my friends
We got
out there,
letters.
sir. Yeah,
We
all my friends
did
out
receive
there.
the letters.
Thank you. All my friends out there, I don't have any friends that use drugs or alcohol. They're all church friends, great ties in the community. I don't hang out on the streets. Like I said, the rifle in the car was an absolutely stupid choice. I should have turned it over to the police. That I look back now and know, I kick myself every single day. And all I had to do is not respond to my wife's text messages because she had been texting me, and I sent her, and we have it on,
Okay.
the DA has it on record that I sent her a text saying, please stop texting me because I'm reporting to Lord. The Torrington DA has that on record. I asked her to please stop because I felt it was like a trap. So like I said, I look back in hindsight, I've never been in prison before in my life. I had some occurrences back in the year 2000. I was incarcerated for 2.5 months. For a misdemeanor. I am ashamed of my actions. I look back, I can't believe that is the choices that I made at the time. And now I know no weapons, no violations of protective order. Back to my program. Like I said, I worked at a rehab facility, so I know.
Where did you work?
Christian Community Outreach Ministries. It's the Jericho Project in Danbury, Connecticut.
Okay.
It's a very big facility.
So where we are now is that your part of the hearing is over. Yep. I'm going to recognize the Office of Victim Services. They have a statement to read. Okay. Then we're going to discuss your case and we're going to give you a decision. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, board members. I had the opportunity to speak with the victim, and she has asked me.
Can you? You're muffled again, ma'am.
I'm so sorry about that. How about now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I had the opportunity to speak with one of the victims, and she has requested that I read this statement on their behalf. Good morning, board members. I am writing this statement with deep fear and urgency, pleading with you not to grant Lawrence Vetere parole. If he is released, my children and I will be in immediate danger again. His incarceration is the only thing that has provided us with safety after months of mental and emotional abuse, threats, manipulation, and reckless behavior. I am not the first person to suffer at the hands of Lawrence Vetere. I am his second victim. His ex-wife endured the same cycle of abuse, violence, and manipulation. Now, I have been forced to fight for my own survival and the safety of my children. This is not a man who made a mistake and learned from it. This is a man who repeatedly terrorizes the people closest to him. The both of us had to seek protection from the court because of his violent and abusive behavior. During the end of our marriage, Lawrence was manipulative and verbally violent. His erratic behavior was terrifying, and he took pleasure in making me feel powerless. He was court-ordered to continue paying the mortgage on the marital home after a restraining order that was issued in March 2023 for threatening my life in front of our children. But he violated this order and refused to comply. He failed to disclose that he had not paid the mortgage for 3 months before the restraining order, almost causing our home to go into foreclosure and leaving our children homeless. 1, he threatened to stone me to death in front of our children. 2, he threatened me with a knife and displayed erratic, dangerous behavior in their presence. 3, he had drug-induced psychotic episodes, including one where he described dreaming of multiple Denver police officers lying dead around him after having a restraining order. Will still harass and share this information via messages. This is not someone who can be trusted back into society. His erratic tendencies, blatant disregard for court orders and history of threats make it clear that he is a danger to everyone around him. Lawrence has a history of violating restraining orders and court mandates, proving he has no respect for the law. He has repeatedly violated protective orders, ignored financial obligations, and shown no remorse for the damage he has caused to our family and everyone's life around him. 1. He refused to pay court-ordered mortgage payments, almost making his own children homeless. 2. He has done everything in his power to manipulate the legal system, causing unnecessary suffering just to exert power and control over me. 3. He does not follow rules. 4. He does not respect the law. Releasing him would be giving him another opportunity to continue his pattern for abuse and defiance. Throughout our divorce process, Lawrence's sole focus was revenge, not his children, not his obligations, and certainly not rehabilitation. He fought to take the marital home, not because he needed it, nor less, nor has provided it, not because he needed it, nor has provided for it, but because he wanted to see me and our children homeless. He inflated his financial liabilities on his affidavits to manipulate the court and avoid paying child support or alimony. He refused to follow court orders, ignored his obligations, and did everything possible to create chaos and suffering. This is not the behavior of a man who has learned his lesson. This is the behavior of a man who is dangerous, vindictive, and has no regard for anyone but himself. Even while incarcerated, Lawrence continues his manipulation. He has found a way to access social media from jail, or has someone posted messages on his behalf, which he stated in trial and his mother's clearly directed at me. He is still harassing and intimidating me, even while behind bars. This is exactly why I had to ask the court for a long-term restraining order against him, because even from jail, he refuses to let me live in peace. His obsession with vengeance is clear, and granting him parole will only give him more opportunities to act on it. What is the most horrifying is that Lawrence's own children are terrified of his behavior and what will happen when he is released. They have witnessed his drug use, rage, threats, and erratic behavior firsthand. They are traumatized and have needed professional therapy to cope. He drove while high with the children in the car, putting their lives at risk numerous times. He has been substantiated by DCF for child abuse and is now on the Connecticut Central Registry for Child Abuse. Despite this, he still believes he should have access to them. His complete lack of remorse and refusal to acknowledge the harm he has caused proves that he will never stop hurting the people around him. Granting Lawrence Vetere parole will be a great mistake. His history of substance abuse, emotional abuse, criminal behavior, and ongoing harassment shows that he's not rehabilitated or will ever change. He has terrorized 2 families. He has violated restraining orders. He has made violent threats against me and law enforcement. He is on the Connecticut Child Abuse Registry. He continues to manipulate and intimidate from jail. If keeping him incarcerated is the only way to protect those he has harmed. If released, he will continue his cycle of abuse, manipulation, and vengeance. I beg you to consider the severity of his crimes and the lasting trauma and effects that he has inflicted. My children, all of the children, and I deserve to live in peace without the constant fear. Please do not grant his parole. Respectfully submitted by one of the victims. Thank you, Chair and board members.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Board members, Apusas.
So I think I definitely have a clearer view of some of the incidents that occurred, and I do believe that it's fair to say that Mr. Vetere does have some explanations for what happened, and I think that it's the purview of this board to always listen to both sides of the story. So I appreciate the clarification that he brought to some of the situations, which I know that we recognize in a lot of these cases that involve domestic issues and children and substance abuse. We've seen it before. The word that I keep coming back to in terms of this case is conformity in terms of rules and regulations. And I'm concerned that the items that we've discussed today could be blips on the radar, or they could be a prelude to further criminal activity that could impact public safety. So in terms of today, I appreciate that Mr. Vetere is accepting some of the consequences, has acknowledged the need to adhere to rules and regulations. And I do acknowledge that his release plan and his acknowledgement of his recovery as a priority are important amidst the community support he says that he has. But I think, especially in view of the testimony today, that I would be a denial of parole based on the inadequate institutional program participation, injury, and impact, and would be open to other items from my colleagues.
Board Member Chance.
I absolutely agree with everything that you have said, Ms. Sasso. And I just wanted to add that today I did not hear Mr. Vetere accepting responsibility for anything that he does. And that is of concern to me because he would blame others. It would have been a little more helpful if he didn't say, well, you know, I wasn't in my right state of mind. I didn't get the help that I needed. Hasn't been in trouble since 2006. And, you know, really undermining a good program that we know is of value. And I feel had he continued with that program that he would have found some value in it. So that's what I want to add to what Mr. Sasso said. And so I am also not in favor today. And I have the exact same reasons for denial, the nature, injury, and inadequate program and evidence of offended change. Mr. Chair.
So you have, in addition to programming, you have inadequate evidence of offender change?
So on my worksheet, they're together. I can separate them out.
So they were recently separated?
Okay. So
they can be
update
two?
that. Yep.
Do you have both?
No, I was leaning heavily on the inadequate institutional program participation.
Okay.
Injury and impact, and panel member Chance added nature and circumstance.
Okay, so regarding Lawrence Vetere 443734, I move to deny parole based on nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and or impact to the victim or the victim's family, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Right.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Vetere, we weren't able to give you parole today. We do wish you well, and thank you for coming to speak today.
This concludes the hearing. Here, 4437.
Notice? This one here.
Please Robertro, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities. So help you God, or upon felony and perjury.
I do.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available current information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de libertad condicional Menard. Hoy es viernes 14 de febrero del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación a esta audiencia.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
José Luis Quinones Rodríguez, 43-82-47.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Quinones, inmate number 438247. He's serving a sentence of 20 years, executed, suspended after 5 years jail, with 10 years probation for illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 25th, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and he has not completed any program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de José Quiñones, número 438247. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 20 años, ejecución suspendida después de 5 años de prisión y 10 años de libertad provisional a seguir por contacto sexual ilegal. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 25 de abril del 2024. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor no ha completado ningún programa. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de derechos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor en el SRT cae dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia en ofensa sexual cae en el rango bajo. Mr. Quiñones, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Bueno, yo creo que toda persona comete errores y siempre tiene uno una segunda oportunidad.
I think that everybody makes mistakes and everyone deserves a second chance. ¿Puede continuar?
Yo estoy arrepentido por lo que pasó. Pasó una vez, no vuelve a volverme a pasar.
I regret what happened. It only happened once and it will never happen again. ¿Puede continuar?
Porque ya no, como le digo, en el que yo, yo tengo problemas en el habla.
Sorry, I have these problems.
Y estoy arrepentido por lo que pasó y quiero ser una mejor persona.
I am remorseful for what happened and I want to be a better person. ¿Sería todo, señor Quiñones?
Sí.
That's all.
All set. So we've read about your background, what you've done since you've been incarcerated. Based upon that, we have some questions. We're going to take turns asking questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Nosotros ya hemos leído acerca del historial de su caso, lo que usted ha hecho en prisión desde que llegó. Basado en esto, le haremos varias preguntas y luego deliberaremos en el caso.
Okay.
We're going to start questions today with Board Member Chance.
Mr. Quinones, thank you for your opening comments. I want to ask you, why did this offense occur?
Mr. Quiñones, gracias por sus comentarios de apertura. Yo quería preguntarle, ¿por qué ocurrió esta ofensa?
Eso fue un mistake que cometí.
It was a mistake that I made.
What was going on with you?
¿Qué estaba pasando con usted?
No, en esos momentos, nada. El problema fue a casa, llegó a casa.
At that moment, nothing was going on. The problem came to my house.
Nothing was going on but the problem.
Came to my
So you're saying you were living at the house and the victim's mother and the victim came to live at the house.
Entonces usted está diciendo que usted estaba viviendo en esta residencia y que la víctima y la madre de la víctima fueron a vivir a esa residencia.
No, ellos vivían aparte. Ellos viven aparte.
They live in a different place.
Why did you think you could get away with sexually offending someone who was under the age of 16 when it happened? And you were probably how old? 50? Or 52?
¿Por qué usted piensa que usted se podía haber salido con la suya ofendiendo sexualmente a una menor de 16 años cuando usted tenía cuánto, 50 o 52 años?
Algo así. Pero como vuelvo y digo, eso fue un error mío. Un error mío que no me va a volver a pasar jamás en la vida.
I will say it again. It was a mistake that I made, and I will never do this again in my life.
I understand you keep saying it's a mistake. But someone at your age don't just get up and just decide that they're going to sexually offend a victim that young.
Yo entiendo que usted sigue diciendo que fue un error, pero eso no justifica que una persona de su edad simplemente decida ofender sexualmente a una menor.
Entiendo.
I understand. I understand.
What are your thoughts about what kind of treatment or counseling you think you need so it doesn't happen again?
¿Cuáles son qué usted piensa que es el tipo de tratamiento o consejería que usted necesita tomar para que esto no ocurra nuevamente?
Yo estoy dispuesto a cualquier tratamiento que me den, porque yo estoy esperando. Yo hice yo me inscribí en los de los programas que me texto y todavía no me los han dado los programas ni nada.
I am willing to take any treatment that I can get. I am on a wait list for some of the programs, but I am still waiting.
You know, Mr. Quinones, you said it happened once, but it happened more than once.
Mr. Quinones, usted mencionó que esto es algo que usted hizo, pues sucedió una vez, pero esto ocurrió en más de una ocasión.
2 veces.
2 times.
You also threatened to harm the victim's mother if she told her.
Usted también amenazó en hacerle daño a la madre de la víctima si ella decía algo.
No, en ningún momento. En ningún momento.
I never did that at any moment.
You also did this when there was no one but you at home with the victim. So do you think this is something that you were planning in your mind?
Usted estaba yendo a ese lugar cuando no había nadie en la residencia. ¿Esto es algo que usted estaba planificando de antemano, que lo tenía en su mente?
No, yo vivía yo en mi casa. Vivía yo en mi casa.
I was living in my home. I was living in my house.
So because it's your house, you felt you had a right to do what you feel you wanted to do?
So, porque era su casa, su residencia, ¿usted se sentía en derecho de hacer lo que quisiera hacer?
No, en ningún momento, no.
No, no.
You know, Mr. Quinones, I also did not hear you express any remorse for what you did to this young victim.
Mr. Quiñones, yo tampoco lo escuché expresar ningún tipo de remordimiento o hablar acerca de la víctima en este caso.
¿Perdón?
Tampoco lo escuché a usted expresar algún tipo de remordimiento acerca de la víctima en este caso.
Yo sé que yo, como explico, pues yo no me sé expresar bien, no sé cómo expresarme bien. Como digo.
I don't know how to don't really express myself, how to explain myself.
It's very easy, Mr. Quinones. I'm sorry for what I did. Is that difficult?
Es muy fácil, señor Quiñones. Es decir, lo siento, siento lo que hice. ¿Es eso difícil?
No, no te lo es, no te lo es, pero es difícil. Yo sé que, que eso, es lamentablemente lo que hice.
No, it is not that hard. It is very bad what I did.
The sex offender program that they have there, do they have it in Spanish?
El programa de ofensor sexual que ellos tienen ahí en la facilidad, ¿lo tienen en español?
No tienen aquí. No tienen aquí. Porque, yo escribí al consejero y me dijeron que de momento lo que hay es voice y adición. Y escribí, me pusieron una lista y los otros días vinieron a verme, pero que como no tenía el texto en español, me dijeron que me iban a llamar. Y esperando estoy. Y me apunté también en la escuela de arte. Y todavía me han llamado.
No, they do not the program in Spanish. I wrote to the counselor and they told me that they only have voices in addiction services. I was added to a wait list. They came to see me a few days ago, but then they said that they will come later because they do not have the program in Spanish, but I did sign up for art school.
Okay. So, Mr. Quinones, what is your release plan for when you go back in the community?
Mr. Quiñones, ¿cuál es su plan cuando usted salga fuera en la comunidad?
Yo quiero atender otras condiciones médicas mías y eso, y de ayudar a mi papá y eso, que está ya bastante mayor y eso.
I want to take care of my health, my medical issues, and I also want to help my dad. He is very elderly.
What about treatment programs for what you did?
Y en cuanto a tratamiento, por lo que usted hizo.
Esperaré que me digan cuál es el programa que tengo que hacer y hacerlo. Ir en donde sea a hacerlo.
Wait until they tell me what program I need to do, and I will go anywhere and I will do the program.
So he needs to take substance abuse and problem sexual behavior treatment.
Usted tiene que tomar los programas de abuso de sustancias y tratamiento de conducta sexual problemática.
Sí, yo sé que tengo que hacerlo, pero que aquí toda la vida no me lo han dado.
Yes, I know I have to do it, but I haven't get those programs in here.
And also you will have to register on the sex offender registry. Are you aware of that?
Usted también tiene que registrarse en el registro de ofensor sexual. ¿Usted está al tanto de esto?
Sí, cada 3 meses, según tengo entendido.
Yes, my understanding is every 3 months.
Okay. So you were asked to identify a high risk if you're back in the community, and you say you need to stay away from minors and you would stay home and not go out. But that doesn't sound realistic, Mr. Quinones, because you have to participate in treatment programs in the community.
Usted mencionó cuando le preguntaron que identificara situaciones de alto riesgo afuera de la comunidad. Usted mencionó que tenía que mantenerse lejos de los menores de edad y quedarse en su casa. Pero esto es un plan que no es muy realista, ya que usted tiene que salir a tomar tratamiento afuera de la comunidad.
Eso es así.
What about employment?
Y en cuanto a empleo,
Pues primero tengo que operarme las manos y la espalda para después a ver si puedo conseguir un empleo o algo así. Si puedo o si no, luchar al Alezay por las condiciones mías.
first I need to have surgery on my hands and my back, and then I will see if I can get a job. If not, then I'll try to get SSI for my conditions.
So you want to go to a halfway house in Hartford. And you say, who else beside your father and your sister do you have for support?
Usted mencionó que usted quiere ir a un halfway house en el área de Hartford. ¿A quién usted tiene que lo apoya, pues, aparte de su papá y de su hermana?
Entre los otros dos hermanos míos, uno que está en Puerto Rico y uno en Florida. No tengo más nadie.
My two brothers, one is in Puerto Rico and one is in Florida. Nobody else.
So I know you also have 4 disciplinary reports. And they're all for the same reason. Can you say what they are?
Usted tiene 4 reportes de disciplina. Los 4 son por la misma razón. ¿Me podría decir por qué? ¿Por qué son?
Los 4 son para el mismo caso, porque como el caso mío es feo, no puedo vivir en esa área. Y querían darme, y antes que me dieran, me fui del sitio.
4 tickets are all the same, and it is because my case is ugly and I cannot live in that area. And before, for me to get assaulted, it was better for me to be in a different area.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Quinones, thank you for answering my questions, and I wish you the best of luck.
Gracias por contestar mis preguntas, señor Quiñones, y le deseo la mejor de la suerte.
Thank you. Board Member Tapasasa.
I have no questions. I just want to note in the evaluation that he did state that he's not in need of treatment because his mind is right and he's focused on moving forward. I understand that programming in the community for his language issues would be best. And so I strongly recommend that we do that because I do believe that he needs programming. That's what we.
Right. I mean, the questions that Board Member Chance was asking, a lot of the ones that were unclear are things that he's going to have in treatment for problem sexual behavior, which in DOC, it's not held in Spanish right now. So to get him what he needs, I mean.
Right. But, he needs, I felt I needed to ask those questions.
Oh, yes.
So he can understand
Absolutely.
why we're putting him out and what it is that he needs.
Right, no.
So,
Absolutely.
if you don't.
I mean, the thing is that the tickets for refusing housing are, I mean, no tickets, okay, but I understand. And you know, he rates out low and, you know, so, yeah, I don't have any questions. You did a good job doing this.
So, you know, Mr. Chair, I can see that, Mr. Quinones is truly in need of the problem sector behavior treatment program, in addition to, you know, substance abuse and, some medical issues. And I feel those will be more appropriately addressed in the community where there are Spanish-speaking treatment programs available to him that I feel he absolutely needs. So, you know, I'm in favor of granting him today so that he can truly access and participate in the programs. And my reason for asking him about his release plans is just so that he understands that it's required of him when he goes back out.
Right.
So I had him granted, and I had the problem sector behavior treatment, no contact with minors, mental health evaluation and treatment, if necessary, and halfway house.
And JR.
And yeah.
And the other piece is, you know, to get its suitability to begin with, he rates out low. And his criminal history in 2012, he had, in another jurisdiction, he had dangerous drugs, which could be heroin or
Right.
or cocaine or whatever it is, you know?
Yeah.
So that's where you are as well,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Can you get that?
Una de las preocupaciones que tuve es que cuando a Mr. Quiñones se le hizo una evaluación en el pasado, él mencionó que que pensaba no necesitaba tratamiento, ya que su mente estaba clara y que estaba listo para moverse hacia adelante. Entiendo que él necesita esta programación, ya que muchas de las preguntas que le hice en el día de hoy acerca de la programación de conducta sexual problemática no las pudo contestar. Y entiendo que se debe mucho en relación a que no ha podido tomar estos programas en DOC, en el Departamento de Corrección. Él tiene un total de varios reportes de disciplina, todos son por la misma situación, la cual yo entiendo. Él tiene un puntaje bajo. No creo que él sí está en gran necesidad de tener programas de tratamiento sexual afuera en la comunidad, además de programas de abuso de sustancias y de poder atender sus problemas médicos, por lo cual es más apropiado que pueda hacer esto afuera en la comunidad, donde pueda acceder realmente y participar de estos programas. Él tuvo en su historia criminal, tuvo atrás un incidente en el año 2012 por sustancias peligrosas, que fue en otra jurisdicción. Debido a estas razones, entiendo que sería beneficioso para darle la oportunidad y que pueda hacer esos programas afuera en la comunidad.
I'll take a breath next time. I'm sorry. In regard to inmate Jose Quinones, 438247, I move to grant parole on or after April 25th, 2025. No, wait, it's today. It's today. I'm sorry. Sorry. It is 2/14. Okay, let me start again. In regard to Jose Quinones, 438247, move to grant parole on or after today's date, February 14th, 2025, with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim JR. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Quinones has been voted to parole with the stipulations as stated.
En el caso de José Quiñones, número 438247, hacemos una moción para otorgarle su salida bajo libertad condicional efectivo el día de hoy, 14 de febrero del 2025, con las siguientes estipulaciones. Ubicación en Halfway House, evaluación de salud mental y tratamiento de ser necesario, tratamiento y evaluación de ofensor sexual en la comunidad, No contacto con menores sin el permiso de su oficial de supervisión y no contacto con la víctima JR.
Ok.
This hearing for Jose Young, inmate number 438247.
Concluye la audiencia de José Quiñones, número 438247. Sería todo, señor Quiñones.
Ok, entonces sí, para Hartford House.
Sí, le otorgaron su salida bajo libertad condicional, señor Quiñones.
Ok, muchas gracias. Y el Señor lo bendiga.
Qué rápido. Sería todo, señor Quiñones. Se podría retirar.
Ok.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul. Good afternoon, Mike. Good morning, Mike Paul. I was right.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hi, my name is Jason Evans, 367-370.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Jason Evans, inmate number 367-370. He's serving a sentence of 30 months jail, flat sentence for possession of intent to sell narcotics, violation of protective order, 2 counts of assault third, possession of controlled substance, failure to appear second, and violation of probation with underlying offense of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 7th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program and is participating in the Tier 4 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Your opportunity to express the board why you believe you should be paroled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You can read your statement.
Oh, okay. I want to thank the board first for seeing me, and I'd just like to say that I believe everyone deserves a chance, and that actions speak louder than words. And since I've been here, I not only take responsibility for what I did, I also feel terrible for what I did. I volunteered for the Tier 4 program because I just wanted to be around people just like I would be at home, that aren't using and aren't doing the wrong thing. And it wasn't originally on my OAP, but I wrote until Counselor Ragazzino put me in. And I spent the better part of the last 10 years helping people. I became a personal trainer. I was on 10-year special parole. I actually did the best and most successful I ever did being on parole. And I think it's a good hindrance from doing the wrong thing, and it keeps you in line. And if I'm granted parole, I know I won't be back. And and I'll use that year that I'll be on parole to, you know, I have a place to stay. I have a job waiting for me, and I want to build back my business. I have a really good plan for when I get home. I have a sponsor already. I talked to my therapist, Betsy Thirachi, so I'm going to go back to therapy as soon as I get my state insurance, of course, and NA and AA. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Evans. So we've read about your background. You just said you've been on special parole before, so you've been through this process in the past. And so we've read about your background, what's got you to this incarceration. And, you know, based upon that, we have some questions. So we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, you're back. Why?
Okay. So look, when I was doing good and everything, once COVID hit, my ex, Agnieszka Gallegos, and she was drinking like the whole time we were together. I actually fell off the wagon during the lockdown, and we were just terrible together. We started like arguing about every little thing. You know, she would get in my face, and I would yell back, and then the neighbors would call the cops. The last thing that happened there became physical, and the last time I ever saw her actually was we got into an argument, and she said something about my son, and I spit in her face, and she spit back at me, and then I put my hand over her mouth so she wouldn't spit on me again, and I left, and I was going down the elevator, and I didn't see a text message that she texted me. She said, "Hey, if you come back up here, I'm gonna call the cops." Well, I forgot something. I didn't see the text message. I came back in, and then she called the cops. But that was the last time I ever saw her. After that, I was evicted from the place for the cops being called. Like, you know, they didn't want any of that. So then I had to stay at hotels, and I ran through a lot of my money, and then with the case and everything, and I ended up living in my car. I was homeless for the first time in my life. And I sold drugs, and there's no excuse for it. You know, doing the wrong thing for the right reason in your own mind is still the wrong thing. So, you know, I take responsibility for that. It's, you know, what people do to go buy drugs from you, you know, it's you're responsible for that too if you're selling. So, but that's what led me back here. But I did really, really well for a long time, and I gave back. You know, I trained special needs clients. You know, I was really happy at one point, and honestly, our relationship was really, really good until the alcohol. And you know, I wish her the best. I feel terrible. I lost a good woman on that one. I really did.
Okay. So seems like using starts the whole cycle again, right?
Correct. Yes.
So how far into tier 4 are you?
I have about a month and 2 weeks left.
Okay.
So I'm pretty good. I'm almost through phase 3. If you guys know, there's 4 phases of it. So, and the last phase is the shortest one, but I'm in like the 12th class out of 18 in the 3rd, and then there's only the last phase is only a month. So I've about a month and a half left. Yes.
So you're like 4.5 months into tier 4.
Correct. Yes.
So let's continue on with that a little bit. So when you release, what is your recovery plan?
Okay. It's okay. I wrote it down just so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my recovery plan is Well, I have a place to live and a job waiting for me. I have a really good support system, sober friends that are all doing very well. You know, it's like they say, if you lie with dogs, you get fleas. Well,
Where did those sober friends come from?
I've actually had them my whole life, since my teens. And
Okay, so they're people who don't use, not necessarily people who are in recovery.
no, but actually they're all in recovery. Well, the three that I'm talking about, my three best friends, they've been clean for 15 years and 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
One of them, I'm actually going to ask to be my sponsor. So
All right.
that's,
Keep going.
Okay. I'm going back to therapy, which always helped me. I believe talking about things is good because when you're talking about them, you're not hiding, you know, you're not bottling up and using or drinking. My passions for helping clients, you know, lose weight. I've actually even done that in here. So that keeps me on eating healthy and being in shape myself. So that's going to help me. Going to NA and AA.
So do you go in the Waterbury area?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr.
Yeah, I mean, you want to come out to Naugatuck. Where do you go, in the Waterbury area?
I will have to. I'm not from that area. I'm from like the New Haven, West Haven area. But yes, my cousin lives in Naugatuck, so I'm gonna have to find, you know, somewhere in that area. Yeah.
Yep. Have you run across C-Car while you've been inside?
Yeah, I've actually inquired about it. It's about becoming what is it, a peer mentor, a group, drug counselor?
So actually, there's two reasons why you do it. And so many guys inside say, oh yeah, I want to be a recovery coach. It's like, yeah, no, let's get one. And then, right.
Yeah.
So what it's about is getting somebody in the community, as you understand personal training. It's getting a coach in the community that's connected to the recovery resources. So when you come out in a new area, and there's a C-Car office right here in Waterbury, Recovery Community Center. And so they have access to resources. They know where meetings are. They know where everything related to recovery is. And they're there to support. You know,
that sounds good. And that's something I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. But is that something I can inquire about here for that area?
If you go back and you take a look at your tablet and look for the C-Car button, you can actually request the coach.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And I'm not a career counselor, but with a personal training background, you know, as you get out and start to reestablish yourself,
yes.
Maybe that's a piece that you want to look at for, you know, it may put some more people that are trying to get at recovery.
True. Yeah. Broader range of people. Yes.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. It's funny because a lot of people, that's what they do too. Like a lot of recovery and yoga, working out, it really does go. So a lot of my clients were ex-alcoholics or ex-addicts, like you just said.
Right. So you didn't get the opportunity to take voices.
I'm on a waiting list. I've written so many times on that one.
That's fine.
Okay.
So based upon that, though, what I want to know is, can you reflect on the impact that you've had on victims? You know, there's a violation of protective order here.
Yes.
There is 2 counts of assault third here. You know, that's really all from your past. The rest of it's, say, it appears in drug dealing and drug possession and stuff like that. So can you reflect on the victims and what your thoughts have been about that when it comes to the violation of protective order and the assault thirds?
Yes. So I'll start with that. as far as Agnieszka, like I said, I lost a really good woman. I feel terrible. Like, first of all, my father would roll over his grave, you know, at what I did. Like, spitting on somebody, like, I've never done that before. I've never had, you know, I've never had anything like that in my past. I've had girlfriends my whole life. I've never gotten, nothing's ever gotten physical. And I feel terrible because she left her husband for me, and like, she expected more from me, and we were really happy for a long time. Like, I'm not going to say it was all bad, because it really wasn't. It was really bad at the end, and I broke her heart. Like, that bothers me, like, to this day, you know, like, because I've had my heart broken, you know, and this whole thing broke my heart too. But I did that to her. Like, you know, I cheated and I got caught, and I didn't want to take responsibility for that. And the result of it was everything getting physical and terrible. And I really do. I feel terrible. I hope she's doing well. I really wish her well, you know, and in some cosmic way, I hope she knows I'm sorry, you know. As far as like victims from selling drugs, like I said before, like, I feel terrible about that, because I promised myself I would never do that again. And I never thought I was ever going to be in that position of being homeless, and I'm not making excuses for it at all. I just, you know, when people are stealing from their parents or whatever they're doing for that money, when they come to see you, you're just as guilty as them stealing, because you're providing what they're stealing for. And, you know, you always hear that if they didn't get it from me, they get it from somebody else. Well, get it from somebody else, because honestly, like, I hate myself for it. I'm trying to forgive myself. I'm trying to, like, I know the only way for me to heal and move on is to accept responsibility and to try forgiving myself. Like, it's the only way it's going to work, you know?
But, you know, it's really reflecting on the damage we cause, which that's some deep reflection as to, you know, who's boosting what to get money to bring to you, and who's causing havoc to bring money to you to, you know, to get what you need. Yeah. Right.
I know. Yeah.
So you do have extensive experience with personal training. You have a job lined up with the auction.
Yes. So I just have to get my license back, which I have the money set aside for already. I know there's $175 restoration fee, and then whatever the court, the fine from the court would be. But I have $500 set aside for that. So that, because my cousin told me, she's like, obviously you can't drive from, first of all, you're on parole. You're not going to be driving without a license. B, I have a business. I'm not risking, you know, I was like, obviously I definitely will get my license back, you know.
Yep. So gonna live with your cousin in Naugatuck. You talked to the parole officer about connecting with an AANA sponsor. We talked about recovery coach. You eventually want to end up in Florida with your son? Is that what?
That's been our plan for last year and a half or so. Yeah. My best friend, one of the ones that I told you, Colin Smith, he lives in Florida, and he owns a couple companies there. He's doing very well for himself. He invited us to, you know, he said, save up money while you're on parole, you know, and if you guys want, my son was like, Dad, I always wanted to, like, me and you to just live together like that. That'd be great. So that's the plan, you know. Either way, I want to move in with him, whether it's in Connecticut or Florida, but I'm hoping we go to Florida. That'd be nice, you know.
All right. I don't have any further. I'm going to check with other board members to see if they have anything.
Okay.
Board member Sapo Sasu.
Just one quick question, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Regardless of whether you stay in Connecticut or go to Florida, you know, the issues remain the same. So
Absolutely.
the impulsivity, the opportunity for relapse, I would just hope that you're cognizant of that. And to that end, have you had a opportunity to identify your triggers? I mean, you've talked about toxic relationships and that type of thing, but what else have you identified that are potential triggers for you?
Okay, so my triggers mostly are, I have an abandonment issue, which is why I originally started going to therapy. I've had a lot of people die, my parents, my best friend. Matter of fact, December 3rd of 2020, so yeah, 2023. That was actually, I got clean because I overdosed. I was in the hospital, and one of my best friends, he had texted me. I didn't have my phone because I was in like, I had to stay for a week or two. When I got my phone back, I looked at the phone, and he had texted me 2 nights before, and I didn't realize that he texted me. He killed himself that night. And I told myself, like, I'm not saying I could have stopped it, but that changed everything for me, because I would have at least liked to try, you know, like when I heard that, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And I did. I got clean before I got in jail. I did, for about almost 2 months. I stopped drinking 9 months before I went to jail. That went first. I decided to stop drinking. But yeah, that day that I saw my phone, and then I saw a bunch of messages saying, I'm sorry about John. I'm sorry about John. And I texted his phone. I said, tell me you're okay. And his girlfriend texted me back, and she said, you better call, you know. And then she told me that he had killed himself. So I know my triggers is loss, abandonment. One thing I learned in domestic violence is taking a time out. I know it sounds childish, but it really does work. Even my son and I, if we're on the phone and I'm starting to get a little, you know, he's 22 years old. So, you know, we all knew everything at 22, right? If I'm starting to get upset or whatever, I'm like, I'm going to call you back in 20 minutes. And it really works. Like I collect my thoughts. I call him back. I don't get angry. I don't, you know, I just speak. I speak from the heart, and I speak the way I'm speaking to you, not getting upset or, you know, like angry or whatever. So I have identified quite a few triggers. People, places, things are always, I think that's everybody's trigger that's in recovery. But when you're doing good, you don't, it's so easy to stay away from bad people. It really is. Like, all the people I was around when I was doing good, it was like success breeds success, you know? And it's like, it so mirrors the opposite of that. When you're around bad people, you're going to do bad. It's just, it's not simple, but it sounds so simple, you know, it really does. But that's the reality of it in my mind.
Oh, I agree. And I'm sorry for the loss of your friend. I do think that even though, you know, we've spoken a lot about your substance abuse, and your score coming into today's conversation is high. It's a 4. Likewise, your mental health score was low. It's a 1. But I do think that these two issues for you are intertwined. And yeah. I think, you know, if you spend as much time taking care of your physical health and your mental health, and we know you know how to take care of your physical health, the mental health will follow. So thank you for speaking with me.
You're welcome. And just on that, my son always says to me, since I've been in here, if I start complaining, you know, he's like, strong body, strong mind, Dad. He's like, remember that.
He's right.
Board Member Chance, any questions?
Mr. Evans. You said that you volunteered to go in tier 4, but you had a drug score of 4.
So on my OAP, it just said addiction services. So
right. So addiction services could be tier 2 or tier 4.
I figured I wrote to tier 2, and I was trying to get into that too. And I wasn't hearing anything back. So I went to Counselor Rags, and I happened to see him. And I told him, I'm like, listen, I don't want to be around. I'm sure you guys have heard, there's stuff in this jail. It's crazy. It's like everywhere. And I was like, I just want to be away from all that stuff because I don't want to be around it. So first they moved me to the aftercare program, even though I didn't do tier 4 yet or whatever. But they put me in there to wait. And I waited there for about, I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks. And then he got me upstairs into tier 4. But yeah, I didn't know I had to do it. Like I really was volunteering because I wanted to do it. I didn't know I had to do it. Do you understand? I really wanted to do it.
So I'm going to tell you where my concerns are.
Okay.
So one, it's your criminal behavior and your criminal thinking. So you said that you worked as a personal trainer for 7.5 years.
Yes.
But they terminated you because you were training your personal clients there at the facility. And that wasn't appropriate, right?
Well, no. Well, are you talking about Planet Fitness? Because I worked for FitPro Studios. And my boss, Tony Salamanak, he and I had an agreement. I paid him 25%, and I was able to train my clients there. The problem was he wanted me, after about 2 years of that, he wanted me to put them all back on. And these are clients that I got on my own. Like it wasn't like people coming through his door.
So why did they terminate you? What was the reason?
Yes. Well, he terminated me because I wouldn't transfer the clients there because I was making like $50 an hour and then giving him 25%. He wanted me to transfer them all to FitPro and make $20 an hour, which was fine if they were FitPro clients, but like we had an agreement. So yes, he terminated me. Yeah.
So the other piece is, at one time you were on special parole. It was for 10 years. And then you did pretty well. And so you received early termination from your special parole. That was 5 years ago.
Yes.
But here you are today.
Yes. And that's because.
Had you not been given that early termination, you would still be on special parole because it was not scheduled to expire until October of this year. So you were given an opportunity to be out there and stay clean and sober, and you didn't. And then you told the parole officer that you accepted your sentence for the drug offenses, but not the domestic violence. Why not?
No, I didn't say I don't accept. I know what I said was this. I said when I went to court, I couldn't accept. I did the Alford plea. So what I was saying was that I do accept it now. That's the difference. Like I didn't accept it then, and so I took an Alford plea. No, I do accept responsibility for that. That's the difference.
Today you are.
For since I've been in prison, I have. Yeah. I didn't admit it in court, and I didn't want to admit it to myself. But yes, I do. I absolutely take responsibility for that. I did that, and I feel terrible.
Okay, so I'm just going to follow up on something that my colleague, Mrs. Sasso, said before, and that is, this is another concern. Your mental health score is a 1.
Yes.
And obviously, from when you talked about toxic relationships, death of family members, friends, and abandonment, those are all
Yes.
mental health issues. So it was concerning that your score was a 1 when, you're identifying that as a need. And when you
Yes.
substance abuse and mental health, they go hand in hand, and they need to be addressed at the same time in order for any of the treatment to be effective.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, so you might want to think about that.
Yeah, I like I said, I've already talked to my therapist, and I definitely am going back to therapy. It helped me a lot when I was out there. You know, to have somebody to talk to that I don't have a connection with like that, like a family member or a close friend, somebody that's almost like a stranger. It helps me to get everything off my chest. And yes, I definitely identify with the issues I have, the abandonment issue, the toxic relationships, you know, all that. Definitely, I agree, needs to be addressed.
But they have to be done at the same time. You can't address one and then go back to the other one. You know, in today's world, you really need to do both of them at the same time. But
Yeah,
I'm sure,
absolutely.
you know, someone will say that to you. I'm just telling you that that's something that you need to be thinking about, and that it should be a priority for you.
It is, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, Board Member Chance. So, where I'm at with this is that, Mr. Evans rates high. And in order to, and some of the things that's driving that, is, substance use and mental health, criminal attitude and behavior, and just his history. He can't change. He is in tier 4. He is participating. He is, by his report, 4.5 months in with a month and a half to go. He outlined a release/recovery plan. He wants to go back out. He said that he was successful on special parole. During his special parole, I only saw one violation, which wound up as a verbal for the use of alcohol back some over, I believe, 10 years ago. Other than that, there wasn't any other misconducts in there. So he has taken the domestic violence program. He has expressed, you know, what caused the assault thirds and his regret for them, and how he violated protective order. Understands that. He engaged in the domestic violence program and, as I said, the tier 4 program. He's got an opportunity to live with his cousin, which is in a different place than he was before, as an opportunity for employment in the community, as people in his life who are not using and would be good support for him. So I would support Mr. Evans' parole, contingent upon his completion of tier 4. I think the last month and a half is important as it deals with his transition back into the community and other types of sober living topics. And it would afford him the opportunity to take community-based treatment for domestic violence, as he has a flat sentence currently. And that's where I am. Board members, Assassin?
Yep, I can agree to that. And I think that he is acknowledged through the work that he's doing with his current therapist, that the mental health piece is integral to his success moving forward. And I think that he's committed to doing that on his own. So I think that all of these factors combined, especially the completion of Tier 4, is important.
Board member Chance?
I'm going to stick with my design.
Okay, so,
That's not, for me, if journeys incarceration is, mental health has been addressed and talked about, and they changed the score, I could say, yes, he is looking into it. I'm just hearing him talk about it today, so.
so then your reason would be,
My reason would be that I don't. I think he's in the TRUE program, but I think I would go with the medical institution program participation for me.
all right. I have him with, no alcohol consumption. There's a 1 there, but we've identified that he wants to connect with mental health support, and the domestic violence program. Is that where?
I don't think we can put it on if it's a 1. I'm not sure.
I don't think so either, which is why I said it's my hope that he's acknowledged the work with a therapist and is going to continue that, because I don't think we can put it on either. And
Right.
no driving without his license is suspended.
Yeah.
And then the no contact with victim AG.
Okay. So in regard to Jason Evans, 367370, going to grant parole on or after April 7th, 2025, contingent upon completion of Tier 4, with the following stipulations that apply to his parole: no alcohol consumption, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with victim AG. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And on a vote of 2 to 1, Mr. Evans, you've been voted to parole.
Thank you so much.
You heard our concerns. And certainly, although our hands are tied on a mental health evaluation and treatment, that doesn't mean that you can't go to your parole officer and request one.
Okay.
Which would get you connected to mental health support services.
Okay.
And that whole piece, as well as a recovery coach would be really good.
Okay, thank you so much. And like I said, I do OBC. I did contact my therapist, so I'm hoping that's a good start right there. I'm going to go back. So, but I will absolutely do that, because I'll be the first one to admit that, the first thing I said to you guys was that I have an abandonment issue. So I obviously had known this for a while,
Yeah.
So,
But if things don't work out with your route to therapy, don't be afraid to talk to Paroles.
okay. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jason Evans, date number 367370. You're all set, sir.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Evans. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right, you can go back. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certified to review all statutorily required documents and available furnished for information and preparation this year.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasso.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Gallegos, 285161.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Gallegos, inmate number 285161. He is serving a sentence of 20 years executed suspended after 5 years with 20 years probation for illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 7th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is no offender accountability plan for the offender. It has not been reviewed, and the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
I've been in jail for 3 years now. I haven't completed no programs, but I am on the waiting list for the sex offender counseling or whatever it's called. I'm sorry I apologize for my actions, for what I've done. I just feel bad, you know. I've been here for 3 years. I know I have had plenty of time to complete programs, but I'm on the waiting list. Like I said, I had to wait to get to a jail where they had them. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. So we've read about your background, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
We're going to start the questions today with board member Zappo-Sasso.
Good afternoon. So in your opening statement, I heard that you made an apology. Was that directed to the victim?
To the victim and to just everyone, you know, I made a mistake.
Okay, well, I think we should start there. I mean, this, from what we've read, Mr. Gallegos, was not your first offense against related minors.
Yes.
So can you talk to me about what's happening here and what led you to reoffend years later?
I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know what led me to reoffend. I guess it was, I wasn't doing no therapy or no counseling or nothing like that to understand why I did what I did.
So you admit what you've done?
Yes.
Okay. What about your failure to register? Were you in denial over this?
No, I have registered. It was like every so often the letters would come at the same time. Like I would get the failure to register. I get the paperwork at the same time that to register.
Okay. In your previous offenses with, I believe they were your much younger stepsisters?
Yes.
How old were you at that time?
17.
Okay. And what programming did you do following your conviction on those charges?
I was in a program called Young Adult Services. They had therapy there, group counseling, stuff like that.
And did you get anything out of that program?
I was getting a lot out of it, and then I was supposed to have an overnight with my mom and my daughter, an overnight stay, and they denied it, so I ended up leaving the program.
Okay. How old is your daughter?
He
daughter?
she's 24 now.
Okay. Can you go over your relationship status? Because we saw at one point you said 3 children, but there's actually many more than that.
Yeah, I have 8. The guy asked me if I had 3 girls. I said, yeah, but I had 8. I have 8 kids.
And the other 5 are boys?
Yes,
Okay. How old are your daughters?
24 years old, 16 years old, and 9 years old, I believe.
Do you have a relationship with any of your daughters?
Yeah, my oldest and my 16-year-old, yeah.
Okay. What about your boys?
I have one boy that I get in touch with. I believe he just turned 16, but the other ones they live in like Texas and Vernon and stuff. The moms don't want me to have nothing to do with them.
Does your oldest daughter understand why you're in jail?
Yes,
And what kind of conversation did you have with her over this?
nothing. She kind of brushes it off.
Okay. Do you brush it off, Mr. Gallegos?
No, I don't. I accept what I've done.
Okay. How would you feel if your youngest daughter was subjected to this type of activity with a relative?
I feel really upset. I don't know how I would react.
The lack of programming while in the facility is a concern to me. You don't have any discipline reports, which is typically something that would prevent access to a program. You say that you're on the wait list. What are you on the wait list for? Do you know?
Sex treatment.
Yep. Is that it?
Yeah,
Have you ever taken the Voices program, which talks about impact on victims?
no, I haven't.
Have you talked to anyone about any mental health concerns?
No, I have a mental health worker. I speak to her once, like every week and a half. We talk.
Do you advocate for her, to her, about potential programming opportunities for you?
No, it's more she just calls to see how my medication's working, how I'm feeling, how I'm sleeping, stuff like that.
It does say that you are compliant with your medications. Was that an issue for you when you were out in the community, keeping your medication straight?
Yes.
Do you have a plan as to how to handle your mental health and your medication issues upon your eventual release?
Yeah, I was gonna sign up for mental health treatment. My medication, my mom, I know she'll make sure I take it. Stuff like that. Like I really want the mental health treatment when I get out though.
Okay. And that's good that your mother is going to be involved, but at the end of the day, it's your responsibility to take your medication.
Yes.
We do have a file on your diagnoses, which we're not going to talk about on the record, so we do have that. Do you feel that your mental health and anything else has contributed to you offending? Or talk to me about what triggered this in both situations, years ago as well as this most recent offense. Are there any similarities of pattern?
No similarities. I honestly don't know why I did what I did. That's the whole point of me trying to get mental health help, to try to figure it out. I've had no idea why I did it. I have been trying to figure it out, but I can't figure it out.
You've been on supervision in the community twice before, and both times you were not successful. What do you attribute that to?
That was the program that I was in, the Young Adult Services. That was that program. One time I was there, I was doing good, and then they hit me up with the second victim. Then I got violated probation for that. Then I went back to the program, and they denied me my my overnight visit with my mom and my daughter, so I just left the program.
Okay. In terms of your employment history, what have you done there, and what does the future look like for you in terms of stable employment?
I usually work dishwasher in the kitchen, or do landscaping.
Have you looked at any opportunities for work?
My old boss, landscaping boss, is willing to hire me back. Or I can just apply at Panera Bread. They'll be willing to have me back.
In terms of your victims, have you spent any time reflecting upon how they might feel today and the impact of what happened to them at a young age?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they still think about it every day, and I feel bad for that because they shouldn't have to go through that.
In terms of your family tree, are they still part of it? Is there any opportunity in terms of your communication with family members that you might see any of these victims?
No, I don't. I can't see them. I can't be around them, and that's been made very clear. So I try to stay away from them.
Okay. It's got to be a little bit stronger than try. It's a absolute.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I guess my question is, to the best of your knowledge, are they in any type of family circles where this is going to be difficult for you to stay away? Are they no longer part of that immediate circle?
No, they're no part of that immediate circle.
Okay, I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Chance, any questions?
Mr. Gallegos, you said that your social support is your mother, your oldest daughter, and the whole family. Who are the other family members that you were referring to?
I got my stepmom, my stepbrother. I got my older sister, my younger brother.
And so they are okay with what you did. None of them are related to any of your previous victims or your current victim.
My stepmother is related to the first two victims.
But she still supports you.
Yes.
So you have no idea why you want to sexually offend against younger girls. You have no idea why.
I don't know why it was what it was. That's why I'm trying to undergo the mental health treatment and the therapy to try to figure it out.
Are you attracted to younger girls?
No, actually, I'm not. My first girlfriend was 2 years older than me. I've dated females in their 50s.
But your victims are your two stepsisters. How old were they?
I think 9 and 13.
Yeah. And now your current victim was 11. So haven't you tried to figure out why it is that these are the ages that you're offending against? I mean, that would be very important for you as you go through the treatment, wouldn't it?
Yes.
You also want to go to your mother's home. And I believe that the victim's father lives on the second floor. Is it a 3-family home?
It's 3 apartments, yes.
Right. And so the victim's father lives on the second floor.
Yes.
And so that's the building that you want to return to.
Yes, he has no issues against me or nothing like that. He has no problem with me.
And you know this how?
My mom.
Okay, Mr. Gallagher, I wish you the best of luck and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board members opposite.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that it's clear that there's some work that needs to be done, and the programming is an important piece of this. So while it's unfortunate that he has not been able to access it, I believe that due to the fact that he doesn't have any disciplinary infractions, that they should be able to avail himself of those programs soon. And I would like to see that happen. So at this point, my recommendation today is a denial based on inadequate institutional program participation, nature and circumstances, and obviously open to anything else.
And it would be no evidence of offended change.
Okay.
And also from a criminal history, because it's not the
Yes.
first time that this has happened.
Yes,
Is that where we are?
yes.
Okay, regarding Michael Gallegos to 85161, vote to deny parole based upon nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor should signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Gallegos, we weren't able to give you parole, and we do wish you well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The hearing for Michael Gallegos, inmate number 285161.
Hold on. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Fines and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Alezay, Lisboa, 439-444.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Alezay Lisboa, inmate number 439444. He is serving a sentence of 10 years executed, suspended after 3 years jail, 10-year probation for sexual assault 4, risk of injury to a child, illegal sexual contact, enticing a minor, failure to appear first, and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 2nd, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There's no offender accountability plan for the offender, and the offender has not completed any programming. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within a low/moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Again.
I can read this now?
Yes.
I feel like I am ready to be released back into society. I have grown a lot being incarcerated. At all this time, I have learned a lot about myself and becoming a better person. I am looking forward to be released back into the community. I am looking forward to reunite with my loved ones again. But mostly importantly, I plan to continue to do the right things from here on out. I am going to follow through with parole. If I am granted parole, I am going to look for a job to help me get back on my feet again. I'm definitely going to stay out of the way from the negativity, especially anyone or anything that could possibly get me into trouble or sent back in here again. I don't plan to ever step foot back in here in a place like this again. I just looking forward to keep learning as I go to hopefully move past all this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lisboa. We've read about your background, what you've done to prior to your incarceration, what you've done since, and based upon that, we have some questions for you. When we're done with questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer, okay?
All right.
Our questions will start with Board Member Chance.
Yes, so Mr. Lisboa, I certainly appreciate your opening comments.
Thank
Couple
you.
of things. In order for me to determine your suitability to go out on parole, it would involve you participating in premium in programs, and also you would refrain from getting any disciplinary reports. You would talk about based on the programs that you've completed, how you benefited from them, what new skills you have learned, how you're going to apply that when you go back in the community, and what your new plans are to prevent you from committing these very serious criminal offenses. Okay?
Yes.
And I know you are 25 years old, and you have been committing these crimes over the past couple of years prior to age 25, but they're serious enough. And today, in your opening statement that you wrote down, you did not express one, remorse for the victim, how it has impacted that victim, what kind of life they must be having. You basically talked about just yourself and wanting to get back with your family. So there are some concerns for me there. And I don't know what other questions I can ask when you have not done any programs. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I have no other means of making that determination because I would depend on you completing some form of program. And you've been incarcerated there for, little over a year. This is your first offense, But you have, for disciplinary reports. And, the last two, one was last April where you were threatening someone on the phone, and in November of last year, you assaulted another inmate. So those things would prevent you from getting into programs. You understand that?
Yes.
Right. So unfortunately today, I'm not going to be able to support your release for parole because for me, as of now, you're not suitable. So that's where I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board members, I was asked any question.
Just one quick one. So it notes in the report that you have 2 daughters, and that you collect SSDI. Why are you collecting at this point?
The Social Security,
Yeah.
I got that because when I was adopted when I was younger, my adopted dad was in the Army. That's how I got that.
Okay. And you continue to get it past 18?
Yes, I still get it. I could get it when I come back out. It gets back on.
Okay. And you had referenced maybe not taking it so that you could work full time?
Yes.
So have you not been working full time because of receiving that payment?
Not because I got a conservator. She has my Social Security card. Every time I try to go to apply for a job, she has to give me the Social Security card, or she gives it to them. But every time I look for a job, she never gives it to them. So that was messing me up.
Okay. So the Social Security disability insurance payment that you're receiving is not related to you. It's related to a benefit you receive from your adopted father?
Yes. I got put under them when I got adopted.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have any connection personally to the program?
No.
You're the benefit.
I really don't know. I got a conservator. She knows more than me. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. What is your relationship with your daughters, or and the mother of your daughters at this point?
We still talk here or there, and I really don't know anything else much, but I plan to see my kids and stuff.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Thank you. Board Member Chance.
So as I said before, Mr. Chair, I have no way of knowing whether Mr. Lisboa has made any changes during his incarceration. He has some very serious crimes here, which he started committing from he was, under the age of 20. He's now 25. He still has not been able to participate in any programs because of the disciplinary reports that he has. So without knowing, what skills or how he's going to go back in the community and not commit any of these offenses is of concern to me. And so today I cannot, as I said, support his release for parole.
Right, and we're in a pickle because his end of sentence is in October. He has, because of his offenses, he has the short-term program, Voices, and an addiction services program to take. And he needs to get those done by July, which is 3 months out of if another panel was going to give him parole. So, I mean, for me, I don't have any choice here. I'd certainly like to send them back, have programs come back, but there's not enough time to do that. And,
Three
certainly,
years probation.
Yeah, he's got-
3 years.
he's got 10 years of probation. He's got 10 years of probation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, he's got 10 years of probation and they'll be able to, take and, make sure that he has the programs there, or he can also use some time while he's in now and get that squared away. Board member Zaposasu, anything further?
Yeah.
I have, inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and poor institutional adjustment.
Right.
So regarding Alezay, Lisboa 439444, I move to deny parole based upon inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and poor institutional adjustment. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no, the ayes have it. Mr. Lisboa, sorry that we can't give you parole. I really hope, think about it between now and when you're out, and it's not a very long time. It might seem that way, but it's not very long before you go home. And we want you to be successful out there. See what you can do inside on the way out, okay?
All right. But I got a question though.
Yeah.
So I was only told at assessment, all I had to do is a sexual assault program. That's it. I was not told no other program. And when I wrote to parole in here, they told me the only program I got to do is a sexual assault. I don't got no other program. That's exactly what parole wrote me back in here telling me. I don't know who it was.
Yeah, that's even with that, the parole officer can explain it to you later on. Okay?
All right.
This is a hearing for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have a seat in Village, which will be Medina.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, February 14, 2025. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partial Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, served by the reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zaposasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Name John K. Medina, MA number 429459.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application of John Medina, inmate number 429459. He is serving a sentence of 8 years executed suspended after 3 years jail with 3 years probation for 2 counts of sales of narcotics, criminal possession of a firearm, and violation of probation with the underlying offense of risk of increase in minor. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 16, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and the offender has not completed any programming. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would first like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to hear me today. I would like to start by saying I accept full responsibility of my actions that led me to my incarceration. I have strived for self-improvement and have become more focused on myself as I continue to grow each and every day throughout positive influence and behavior change that had led to me a more protective lifestyle. I want to be a better person, and I believe I have the tools to be a positive and protective citizen in society. When I'm not busy, I utilize my time productive by exercising, reading self-help books, reading the Bible. I take the time to reflect on my growth and I consistently planning on my future. I listen to quotes of the day, Real Vita TV, and Success After Prison, which are just a few podcasts that are aimed at self-improvement. I consistently strive to eat healthy for my diabetes and remain disciplined in order to keep my blood sugar well controlled, because I understand if I'm not healthy and if I don't take care of myself, then I will not physically be able to accomplish all my goals. My health is a huge priority of mine, so I plan on taking care of myself so I can be a valuable asset in the community. We all heard having the idle time is the devil playground, and I'm having and maintaining a routine keeps me busy, focus on my goals, and continue to motivate me to have a positive future that I can look forward to. Staying busy also helps keep me distracted, which is also preparing me to be disciplined enough to acquire good habits in order to avoid the many temptations life can throw at us. I know I see mistakes as learning curves to help me figure out where I went wrong and what corrections are needed in order for me to not make the same mistakes again. I used to view my incarceration as a negativity, but as I continue to grow, I began to see it now as a blessing in disguise and an opportunity to regain control of my life. I caught my first ticket, my whole incarceration, and I accept full accountability to my ticket. I believe I should be granted parole because I always been told actions speak louder than words, and this will be an opportunity for me to capitalize on and to prove to everyone that I had changed my life for the better and that I am improved man that's not just talking jail talk. I can go on for days about my self improvement or tell you what I learned in a program, but I truly believe changes starts from within, and the real test is going to be when I'm actually released, so I can prove that I was the strive of the community. I have goals and plans to accomplish them. All I'm asking for is a change to prove myself, and I can assure you it will not be something you will regret. I believe I have so much more to offer to the community and plan to be to plan to aid by any parole stipulations required of me. With that, I'd like to thank the entire board for the time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. So what we do is we've read about your background and what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
All right.
First thing I want to do is get into offenses. One of the things that's here is a sale of narcotics, which obviously is, it's part of what you did here. And one of the people that had bought from you is no longer here, but I didn't hear anything from you regarding that.
Yes, I accept, full responsibility of selling the narcotics to the person that's no longer here. Wasn't really my intention like that.
Right. I get that, but it's like, it's not your intention, but you don't even know what's in the crap that you're selling on the street.
Yes, you're right.
You're right? You don't have any idea.
Yes,
And, some people, just in the middle of addiction, buy what they can get, and next thing you know, they're gone, So that means that somebody's sibling is gone, somebody's child is gone, somebody's parent could be gone, somebody's, that's a big thing, and one of the things that you were scheduled to take as part of your is part of your programming was voices, which goes through all of that. You are eligible for parole now, and your end of sentence is somewhere around October, November, somewhere in there, right? But it's some of the stuff that some of the other stuff that's here that's extremely concerning is the gun that you have. And the fact that you got you have the police chasing you, and you're carrying around a weapon that has a bunch of rounds of ammunition with it, and the other piece of that, is what happened with the risk of injury. It's like when you have people with you that that you put at risk, it's really it's thoughtless, really, so I don't, there isn't anything here when it comes to programming, right? And I heard you, okay? I want to give you credit where credit's due, because it's important to change what you're doing so you don't have to come back. Listening to positive programming is important, right? You talked about taking care of yourself, which if you don't, it's not going to go well, right? And it's really important that you're able to do that, right? You talked about routine being important. That's important to identify that in order to have stability, you need to have a routine, You also said that, your incarceration is a blessing in disguise, which it is, right? Just take a seat. What is it that I'm doing, and what is it that I need to change, right? 31 years old, you shouldn't be sitting there. But it's all about the choices that you make, right? I'm not trying to give you a lecture. It's talking with you that, it's choices that you make. And I really think that you can make better choices. And I think that, based upon what you said, if you follow through on it, you're going to be there, right?
Yes.
But part of what we're part of what we're here and doing, it has to do with being able to measure offender change. It's like, what you've done for programming and how you reflect on it, as you're going through it, and being able to convey that to us and apply it to the reason why you're here, right?
Yes.
So there's and I think that, one of the things that you said as well in your interview with the parole officer was that you need to stay away from the neighborhoods that you're around and from people selling drugs.
Yes.
Be an important thing for you to do. But, you don't have a great deal of criminal history, but the stuff that you have here is not good. So I'm going to see if any other board members have questions for you this afternoon.
I do not.
Okay. So, Mr. Medina was approved for a halfway house and it was rescinded. He has minimal criminal history. He's moderate risk to recidivate. He has one disciplinary report, which he talked about. And he has somewhat of a plan to go out, but doesn't have any programming here. He's on the deadly weapon offender registry for 5 years. Where we are right now is that, as I said, he's eligible for parole today, but he's somewhere around October or November. And if we were to send him back to do programming and such, there wouldn't be enough time to really turn that around. So, in terms of suitability for parole today, I can't put enough together to get to suitable. So
I agree. My 2 reasons were because he hasn't done any programs. I wasn't able to measure any offender change, and that's one of the reasons that we used.
Right.
Suitability.
Yeah. So I had current offense committed while on probation and inadequate evidence of offender change and inadequate institutional program participation, because that's how we would, as you just said, that's how we would measure that. Regarding inmate John Medina, 429459, I move to deny parole based upon the current offense being committed while on probation, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Medina, we weren't able to give you parole today. I really heard what you said in your remarks, and I encourage you to continue to go in that direction. See if you can't get into some programs before you discharge, okay?
All right.
We wish you well.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for John Medina, number 42994.
Everything was legit. That bitch, bro.
I don't hear nothing.
Mr. Stewart?
Are you
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, okay.
It's the next one that I.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents, and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number from the record.
Dondre Stewart, 414-724.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Dondre Stewart, inmate number 414-724. He is serving a sentence of 4 years jail followed by 1 year of special parole for criminal possession of a pistol/revolver, violation of probation of the underlying offense of carrying a pistol without a permit, violation of probation of the underlying offense of assault and assault on a public safety officer. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date, May 3rd, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within a high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First off, I would like to say that I apologize for my actions and my crimes I committed. And I hope y'all all have the heart to forgive me. I feel as if I should be granted parole because I am not the same man I was 21 months ago. I realized the way I was going about trying to protect myself was the wrong way, and it would never help anyone in any situation. I now cherish and value my freedom, and I would love to let my family know how much they could depend on me and how much I have changed. I want to show the young men in my life and others around me the right way to go about any disagreement and to promote more peace and unity in the world. I would love to see my little sister walk across the stage and be a better son to my mother. That's all.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I have goals too. I want to go home. I want to get a job, a CDL. I want to get a house, and I want to buy trucks and start a dump removal company. I also want to go back to school for welding and manufacturing. I have been in here, even though I haven't did my programs. I took it upon myself to do a program in the world called Quinones, called The Happy Way of Happiness, a better sense guide of better living. And they had taught me how to be a better man in society, on how to deal with a lot of situations that any person might come through. And I'm currently in the program and getting certificates, grades, lessons on the program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. So we have read about your past, what you've done to get into this incarceration, what you've accomplished since you've been in, and based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns asking those questions, then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay?
Okay.
And we're going to start questions today with board member Zappo Sasso.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stewart. I'm going to start with just going back to your opening statement where you apologize for your actions. So thank you for that. But can you tell me a little bit in more detail who you are apologizing to and for what?
I'm apologizing to the victims of my crimes and whoever is not in the victim of my crimes, just because I'm not setting a good example for others.
So, a quick read of some of the materials. So there's in my estimation, there's a few victims. There's the urban city in which you lived, where there were several breaches of public safety. You endangered the life of a police officer. You did not follow the rules and regulations of society. And so in all of that, a lot of people were put at risk for the decisions that you made. So I just want to be clear that when crimes like this happen, it could be one person, the police officer who was dragged, or it could be the larger community. And we all have a responsibility to be good citizens within our community. And we know that cities like Hartford and New Haven and Waterbury and Bridgeport, there's challenges there in those cities. And I feel for people who struggle with employment and those types of things. But at no point do I think it's appropriate to engage in reckless acts that endanger the lives, especially of public safety officials. So I wanted to just set the ground rule there in terms of what we're talking about, and then ask you the question, and we'll get to the gun piece, but let's talk about substance abuse. You have a drug score of 3, and it says that you have participated with using marijuana and alcohol. Are either of those a problem for you, Mr. Stewart, in terms of your view of your addiction and substance use issues?
Well, I haven't really looked at it as an issue, but now I have, and I do apologize for it. Like I said, the drug score and the past crimes I have committed, and the assault and breaching peace of others in the society of life, but I haven't really looked at my use of marijuana and alcohol as a real issue until probably now, where I noticed that I probably did act out wrong on the wrong behalf, just probably because I probably was intoxicated and was brought into a certain situation. And I felt like if I wasn't, I would have dealt with it probably a lot more differently and probably a lot more better for everybody else and myself in my actions.
So, I'm looking at the convictions, and there are no under the influence convictions, but that doesn't mean that the substance use of the time didn't contribute to that. So I'm trying to get to the understanding of, do you feel that your use of these substances contributed to your actions that resulted in these crimes being committed?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Somewhat. But being in prison, I only had the substance abuse tickets because, and the drug score raised up just because of being incarcerated and going through what I'm going through in here. And I kind of realized that the situations that I'm going through in prison and being incarcerated is somewhat of the same that what I would be going through in the real world. And I learned that me being in prison and trying to cope with using drugs or alcohol to stay sane is not helping me out. I'm still dragging myself down and getting tickets and making my life harder. So I could agree with that.
Okay, and again, those are the insights that we're looking for. So we're not here to make you feel badly about yourself or that, but that is an important insight, because if you get to the root of some of these issues, that's where growth can occur. And you answered my next question. You have 3 disciplinary tickets, 2 are for contraband, and 1 is for intoxication. So yes, you're using these as a crutch to get through your incarceration, it sounds like you're saying.
Yes, I have been going through some tough times in here, being around certain people and hearing my family out there struggling and missing me. And it kind of did drive me to use to a scapegoat of what's really going on. And I truly apologize for all of that. I have realized now that it's not helping me out in any situation.
No, it doesn't help, for sure. So, but you're supposed to be taking 2 programs. You haven't taken them yet. The Voices and a new program. It used to be Good Intentions, Bad Choices. I think it has a new name. Are your tickets preventing you from getting into those programs?
Yes, it have. Before I even caught my first ticket, I've always been applying, which I have letters now. I have writing requests to all the prisons I've been in, requesting to get in to the programs, and I always have been put on a waiting list, and everybody else was being put before me. And now that I was able to get in a program, I guess now the ticket is preventing me from doing any program. I have just wrote for the drug ticket I caught, which is tier 2, to get in tier 2, and I was denied because of my active ticket.
All right, so that's good to know. You mentioned the program that you are voluntarily in, is it Criminon program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not very familiar with that program. Could you give us a little bit of detail about what you're learning in that program?
Well, Criminon is basically just trying to teach anybody on how to live a better life. Basically, I'm learning on how to go about solving issues that anybody will come across, on how to be a better person, how to live healthy, and be a better person to society. So to sum it up in quick words, I'm basically learning how to be a better man to those around me and how to teach everybody on how to be a better man or woman.
Okay. The gun piece, I'm assuming that was for personal safety, your involvement with guns?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that you're not able to have them?
No, yes, I do.
Okay, and you understand the deadly weapons registry that you're required to be on?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that I want to touch upon is employment. You had done some warehouse work, but you weren't working at the time of your arrest. Do you struggle with employment opportunities, Mr. Stewart?
Not really, but I have an opening for work soon as when I come home. I have opening for work for a warehouse called CNS, and for basically like a delivering company. But I haven't really struggled so much. I get a lot of jobs. It just don't be too long term. It's always temporary work. So I could say that, yeah, I kind of struggle with keeping a long-term job.
And what makes that a struggle? Is it anything in terms of your attendance or your timeliness, or is it just that you're using a temp agency? What seems to be the issue?
It'd be mainly because I'll be using temp agencies and assignments be done. I'm not gonna lie, I have been fired from a couple of jobs for being late 1 or 2 times and told to reapply, but mainly it'd be because I use temp agencies and the assignments be over.
You had mentioned in your statement that you feel badly because your family is struggling while you're inside and they're outside. But you had mentioned in one of your reports that we read that you were mostly supported by your girlfriend and your mother. So is that a financial support, or was that just in general that you're supported by them?
I'm financially supported by my mother, mentally and everything. And yes, they struggle, but not so much financially without me. It's basically mentally knowing that I'm in here and not out there with them. And I feel as if when I say they're struggling, I feel as if I didn't notice till now how much me being away, how my conviction affected my little sister being in school, knowing that I'm in here and I'm in trouble and getting in trouble, and how my mom been just so disappointed in me. So that's why I mean that she struggles with basically mentally being down that I'm incarcerated.
Okay. So you did graduate from high school
Yes,
in East Hartford, and you did some time at Lincoln Tech.
yes.
Just so what happened with Lincoln Tech? Was it a program that you finished or didn't finish?
Yeah, I went to Lincoln Tech for automotive, and I failed a paper exam twice, and they basically kicked me out, saying that I should come back. No, well, they basically kicked me out, saying that they didn't want me to overcharge myself on keep failing the class. And then later on, they told me to come back and to come to school, and I chose not to because I figured that automotive wasn't really for me.
Okay, well, I mean, my look at this is you're 31 now, right? You're
Yes.
31 and, you know, you have several convictions. You have the potential of a job, and you're now slowly acknowledging that, you know, the substance abuse issues may have been contributing to your behavior in the community, which is not productive. So you're not young anymore, but you're also not old enough that you can't change things around, Mr. Stewart. So I'm going to give the dice back to our chairman to see if anybody else has any questions concerning the reports we have on you.
Thank you, board members. Applesassy. Board member Chance, anything?
Yeah. So I wanted to go back to a couple of things that you said, Mr. Stewart. You were released in October of 2022 on probation, and I'm assuming that you went to a temp agency. So if you think about temp agencies can be good. You always have to look for the good. When you get put out on a job, what they want you to do is go to work on time, do your day's work, and whatever you're asked to do it and do it in the proper way. So if you, I heard you mention that you were late a couple times, and that affects negatively because that company who goes to the temp agency will say to them, this guy was late twice or whatever, and so send somebody else. So it's like a vicious circle. But if you were to get a job assignment and you did well on it, next time that job ends, the temp agency would continue, because I've heard a lot of people come before us and say, you know, I used a temp agency and then I got this good job. Okay? So you always have to, it's your attitude, I'm thinking, and that's what you have to watch. In terms of Lincoln Tech, there are programs in the community that will allow you to, they will pay for you to complete programs at Lincoln Tech. If you fail the first 2 times and they sit down and have a discussion with you and say, maybe this is not your area, and you say to them, it doesn't appear to be, maybe I can do something else. And so those are the things that you kind of have to look for. You have to try and advocate for yourself. I think you're a smart young man. You have good family support, and it's obvious you had good values that you were taught. You just chose to do other things. And so now you know what your negative actions is causing on, you know, the poor example you're setting for your younger sister, and your poor mother is there, you know, knowing how she raised you and you're not acting in the way she raised you. So you really have to buckle down, and I really applaud you for taking that Criminon program. And I haven't heard anyone say that they've taken it before in the last year or so, but I have heard others. And it's teaching you, as you said, how to be a better person and live a better life. So I'm hoping that some of those things will stay with you. CNS warehouse is a good place to work. You just have to go there. You got to go on time. You have to do a good day's work, and they have many opportunities there. I'm very much aware of the people who run CNS, and they are very much giving people like yourself opportunities to come there and create a better life for yourself. Okay, so I hope when you do get out and you go there, make sure you go on time and do your job that you're asked to do. Okay?
Okay, I will.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Stewart.
Board Member Zappos has to.
So I believe that Mr. Stewart presented, at least for me, better in person than he did on paper after reading through the case earlier this week. They are serious charges, so I don't want to minimize that. But I think that there was some level of reflection and I think responsibility about how his actions are affecting others, especially his family. I believe that taking the initiative to go into the Criminon program shows emerging offender change. I appreciate that he is able to acknowledge that using alcohol and other contraband as a means of coping isn't an appropriate pursuit for this incarceration or in life. But I would really like him to have some programming so that he can work through that. And he does have the 3 disciplinary tickets that I believe are probably going to prevent him from seeing that program until they clear. That being said, I would be open, because of the timing of this, and the fact that he only has 1 year on special parole, I would be open to talking with my colleagues about a potential rehear.
I would agree with you on that. And I think it really goes back to him acknowledging the 3 tickets and applying it and coming to the conclusion that it is a part of, you know, why he's there, and he committed those very serious offenses.
Yes.
And I do agree there's some offender change there. And once you acknowledge where you're screwing up, and I heard him talk about it at the temp agency, the fact that he went late, and the fact that, you know, he was in that Lincoln Tech program. He failed the exam twice, so he knew it wasn't for him. He just needs to figure out where he needs to be. And so I would be willing to give him a rehear date.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll tell you 2 things that really bother me about this case. One is struggling with a cop and a gun. You know that people died doing that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the other piece was, it's underlying, but it was taken off with a cop. With the cop danger here, dragging him about 15 feet toward the driveway because he wanted to take off and not stop and own up to what he was doing. He doesn't have any programming other than coming on, and good on him for doing that. Thanks for pointing that out. It is an opportunity. If we brought him back in February of 2026, that would give him a second year on special parole.
Discretionary parole then.
Yeah, second year on parole. He's got voices, tensions. What were you thinking on a reader?
Tier 2 to add
Tier
a tier
two.
2.
Yeah,
Tier,
to request that.
yeah, tier program voices.
Yeah.
Positive programming. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, he's halfway out there in effect.
Mhm.
So.
So do you want to bring them in November? I mean, it's a fluid discussion.
So we're in February.
February.
Yeah. Because, yes, if he gets no further DR, so it's all gonna be on him.
Right.
If he gets no DR, then he does an addiction services program and the voices. The voices last, is it 3 months or 6 months? Can't remember.
I don't think it's 6 months.
It's 3 months, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, either 3 or 6. So I would do November since.
Is that what you're?
And we want him to do programs.
I'm open to whatever you think is appropriate.
Okay, so before I make the motion, this is all on you, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
you get a ticket. I mean, you get a ticket and there goes the opportunity to get in the programs that you need to make parole. Right? Because then you're going to be on hold for how long before you can actually get into a program, right?
Yes.
And even, are you clear already on the tickets?
No,
Because
I'm not clear on the tickets until April. But if I they was telling me if I get a request from parole that I need my programs to get parole, they will waive my tickets to do the programs now. Where I will get with.
They're even willing to work with you.
Huh?
They are even willing to work with you.
Yes.
But you need to take responsibility for this. No more cutting and running. None of that stuff. It's time for you to take responsibility for yourself and to turn this around. You don't need to be here in another 10 years.
Yes.
I just want to add, Mr. Stewart, we're giving you this opportunity to come back in November. We cannot say for sure that the next panel is going to grant you. So you need to make sure you dot your I's and dot your T's, do your programs, no DRs.
Okay.
Because these are very, very serious charges, especially when it involves a police officer who we depend on to protect us in the community.
So are we at inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change for institutional adjustment? Is that where we are, or are we set? Is that Appropriate?
Yes. What
Is that
was the,
appropriate for you?
I had inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program, and poor institutional adjustment.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's what I had.
that's what he
Okay.
said.
Yep.
Yeah,
Good?
yeah.
All right, so regarding Dondre Stewart, 414724, I move to deny parole based upon inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and poor institutional adjustment. And to bring you back for another hearing in November of 2025. We recommend that you take a tier program, voices, and any other positive programming that you can take and remain free of disciplinary reports. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Stewart, it's your chance. Right?
Yes. May I have the question? I
Yeah,
feel
go ahead.
as if I could I know I could have tier 2 done and is only a month long and voices is only, could I say 3 months. I will have it done if my tickets is waived before November. So I was hoping I could request for a sooner hearing date than November.
So part of this, right,
Yes,
is you just got tickets in December, right?
Yeah,
yes,
Part of this is you showing us that you can do what you need to do inside as well.
okay.
Okay? So, thank you for coming to see us today.
Okay. Thank you.
good luck.
So
Yes or no?
Oh, yes.
you're all set, sir.
Explain.
Are you guys ready for Mr. Washington? Yes. Oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, February 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, served by the all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good afternoon, board.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Washington, 257-640.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Washington, inmate number 257-640. He is serving a sentence of 30 months jail flat sentence for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 27th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There's no offender accountability plan for the offender. However, the offender has completed the fatherhood program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone on the parole staff board today for giving me the opportunity to speak on my behalf, or even considering giving me another chance in our community and show and prove to our community and my family and kids that I am a different person today. I've learned that until you change your thinking process, you will always recycle your experiences. So I'm all in for change. I've also learned to stop, step back, take deep breaths, observe what I am thinking and feeling, put in some perspective and practice what works. Up to this day, I'm still using mental health techniques from my stress management, relaxation, behavioral therapy, and coping skills methods from the class that I attended. I deeply apologize for running away from my responsibilities, and I just want to right my wrongs. I also deeply apologize for my actions and by breaking the law of carrying a firearm illegally. I will never do that again, ever. I feel like these past 14 months, I have grown and matured mentally, spiritually, and as a man to where I could be trusted in our community as a civil citizen again. I just want to do better, be a better man and a better dad. With parole's help, I would like to be paroled to a halfway house or a parole bed to structure myself and get the help that I need to stay on the right track and a positive path if parole will help me. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Washington?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know what happens here? You've been here before, right?
Yes, sir.
We've read about your background. We are going to take turns asking questions. And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, right?
Okay.
So, here's where I am. So you had a gun on special parole. That's like ridiculous. It's not ridiculous, it's reckless. Right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was even like reckless? What were you doing while you were out there?
At the time I was messing up.
Messing up by doing what?
I was doing drugs.
What were you doing?
Cocaine
and
PCP.
And do you know what happens on PCP?
Yes, sir.
Probably not. You probably don't know, because how many of your buddies have been taking PCP and it was like, what's going on with you? And then you have a gun on top of it, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing good ever happened on PCP. And walking around with a handgun on special parole and having, where did it go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 misconducts for cocaine and PCP. I'm, you know, it's like, it's, you know, you don't even know what could have happened. We don't know what could have happened. This is not good.
I understand what I did was wrong at the time. Like I said, I just want to right my wrongs, and I'm a changed man today. I understand that I take full accountability for my mistakes. I just want to make things right.
So
that's all.
In order to make things right, what have you done to address your substance use problem since you've been in?
Well, when I first got incarcerated, I was doing a program for mental health, stress management. I mean, I learned a lot from that program. As soon as I came here, I signed up for the program that they had on my OEP, and they just told me I'm on the waiting list. So I wrote them a couple times to see where I was at, and he just told me I still was on the waiting list. But I still go over, you know, my packets and stuff like that from what I did in Cheshire, and I was took up fatherhood. It was some courses that we took from church, you know, to learn how to be a better father, better person, things of that sort. And I learned a lot of coping skills, you know, breathing techniques from thinking different, acting different. Through my stayed out of trouble. I haven't gotten any tickets. I don't involve myself in anything negative. I built a better relationship with my kids, my older kids. They're my support. I just want to show and prove that I'm a changed man and a better person today. So I'm given the opportunity. I feel like the time I was given was appropriate. Just doing what I can in here to stay out the way and just do better. So I just want to do better. I want to show and prove that I can do better as well. Whatever parole has to offer for me to do, I'm willing to do, and I will successfully complete anything that I'm given. I'm confident because I just want to, you know, show that my thinking process is different. Like totally.
See, the thing is right, your thinking process is different right now.
Yes.
But I get this, okay? Your thinking process is different right now because you're sitting down.
Dude, that's why I'm willing to try.
But you come out here, right?
Right.
And here's where the problem is, right? So in order to get out here and be successful, don't you think it's reasonable to do addiction services programs in there? Have you done a Tier 4 program before?
Tier 4? No, sir. I did Tier 2.
How long ago did you do that?
On the last time I was in jail, I successfully completed that.
Okay, and then when you came out, when you came out from there,
yeah,
what did you do to support your recovery?
I did a few classes, group sessions. Yes.
What kind of classes?
I was in a Willard's clinic for a little while, and then I was put in the Act Foundation in New Haven. And
now was that part of the misconduct?
From using, yes.
Part of misconduct, right?
Yes, sir.
So, but here's the thing. Here's what we're trying to get to, right? In order for you to be successful out here, You would take a program in there and you'd put together a recovery plan for when you get out. Right?
Right.
Because I bet you're saying, I swear to God that I will never use again. And I bet you that you believe that. Right?
I know that for a fact because it's my family is on the line. I'm tired. I'm 46. I'm 40. I'm tired. Like my body is tired of doing the same things that I was doing for as far as these past years. I want to do something different. And I'm not just saying that because I'm sitting in jail and I want to get out of jail. I mean, I know that there's steps and things that I have to, take to, get to where I want to be and where I have to be. I just want to show myself and to my community and the board and my kids that I'm a changed man today. I'm willing to do anything that parole has to offer me to do upon my release to stay on the right path and stay clean as well. I have no problems with that. I had a grandson that I haven't seen yet. My daughter had a son. It had nothing to do with my situation, but I mean, I just want to be a better father and be a grandfather to my grandson.
Don't you think it would be a great idea that if you got out here, he'd be old enough to actually remember his grandfather?
Yes, sir.
So you got to do some work in order for that to happen. Because if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to be lucky if you land back in jail again.
I don't want to come back here at all. I have no plans on coming back in here at all.
But that's not the last stop. The last stop is dead. And that's what we're dealing with here. The stuff that's in the street today, and especially you're doing PCP. Right? PCP and a gun. Just not good. I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but I just really need to see 2029 is, for me, it's things can happen between now and 2026 that could make Mr. Washington a little more suitable for parole to go back out onto special parole, which is what a judge wanted to begin with, right? But he needs to take a look at substance use, which, there's 10 misconducts,
Right, and so he was out on special parole. He kept getting opportunities upon opportunities, and then he absconded. And he was on special parole for assault second. And that was serious. And so here we are today, looking at criminal possession of firearms. And whatever mental health issues that Mr. Washington is addressing now, your substance abuse should be addressed at the same time.
Yes, ma'am.
And so for me, you are just not suitable today to go out. And you have special parole running in the background. And you need to do programs. Right now, you say that you want to be a better father and grandfather. When you were out there using, you were never thinking of them. And I know that's a little bit harsh to say, but that's the reality. Those 8 misconducts out there, you weren't thinking of, your children or being a better grandfather. You're doing it now because you're sitting in incarceration and it's really where you want to be. But you're just not ready to be there yet, Mr. Washington. You have to address the 2 major problems, substance abuse and mental health. So I'm all set, Mr. Chair. I'm not.
Do you have anything that you wanna-
I think that there's a third issue too, and it's environment. You know, I think you need to change up where you're going to return to be successful. And I think to end on a positive note, I was very impressed with your daughter's letter. And I think you should consider yourself very fortunate that you still have people supporting you. A lot of people turn their backs on people when they have, you know, the convictions and the, you know, going into the facility, coming out of the facility. It's exhausting for the people that are on the outside watching this, and I'm sure you've seen that. So I really hope that you look at her letter and you read it, and that is some motivation for you to continue doing what you need to do so that you come out stronger, both in mind and body, to be that father that she and the other children need, and to be a good grandfather, so that, as my colleague said, they remember you, and the interactions they have with you are in person, and they mean something. So you're lucky that you have these people in your life, and I think that it really it's a good sign for you moving forward.
Thank you.
So, so for me, in looking at this, there's a couple things that we have to consider. His special parole runs out in June of 2029. I think Mr. Washington, as presents today, is in a place where he can embrace some change and take some programs and put together a recovery plan in the community that includes like meetings and stuff like that, so that we're not in this situation again, you know?
That's
So I think it's the start date is 2026 plus.
right.
Okay.
So if we were to, yeah, go ahead.
His EOS date, first estimated EOS date is 4/7/2026.
4/7/26. That's his, but his special parole completion date is June of 29, right?
Yeah, June 18th.
Right. So,
So you're using the estimated EOS date.
right. So,
Okay.
so what, it's February right now.
I personally would not vote for him to go earlier than that
Oh,
estimated.
neither,
EOS date.
neither would I. However, we also need to take into consideration that if things go south on this, that the next panel should have the opportunity to vote for June of 2029,
Right, exactly.
right?
Mhm.
So it's on Mr. Washington, right? So if we were to bring him back in January, they can make a decision at that point to release him on his end of sentence date.
We're still gonna have to do them today.
But you'll do another bet the next time.
And do another one, but we have to do one today if we do the rehear.
Okay.
Right?
If
Yeah. And then do another one at the rehear. You wanna ask the chair? We can take a break and ask her.
So okay.
Mr. Chair, maybe take a break and I.
Oh, sure. Mr. Washington, we're just going to take a brief recess and we'll be right back with you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're back.
Yes.
Back on the record with inmate Michael Washington, inmate number 2257640.
So, Mr. Washington, what we're trying to determine, because there's moving parts, because you're on a special parole as well at the same time, is how those two dates work together. This current sentence and the special parole end date. Okay.
Yes.
So where I'm at on this case is that I really believe that Mr. Washington should try to get substance use programming, try to connect with recovery support services in the community. He can do that through CCAR while he's inside. However, based upon what was going on in the community while he was on special parole during this last period, absent the substance use programming, the tier programming, I believe that there's inadequate institutional program participation, and I believe that there is not the level of offender change that I want to see yet, based upon what we need to do. So I would suggest that we deny parole based upon current offense committed while on special parole, inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change. Is that where people are? And then to set stipulations for special parole, we would have his special parole release date as his end of sentence date, which is April 7th, 2026. And I have no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health treatment and medication compliance, which was currently on his running special parole, and no contact with victim DC, which is on his special parole. Did you have anything beyond that? Okay. So regarding inmate Michael Washington, 257640, I move to deny parole based upon inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and the current offense committed while on special parole, and that the following stipulations apply to his special parole, which will start again on April 7th, 2026. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if necessary, mental health treatment with medication compliance, and no contact with victim, initials DC. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Washington, we really hope that you take the programming between now and end of this current sentence, so that you can go back out to the community and not have the same experience that you had on special parole the last time. Okay.
What program is that? What program is that? That it's not. I mean, I would have did whatever they put on my OAP, but
yeah, tier program. You've been on the wait list for it.
In September.
Yeah, for the tier program.
I wasn't notified. I wasn't notified that.
Yeah. So you have that happening, and we're willing to give you another opportunity April of 26 rather than in June of 2029. So
back to parole in April of 26.
Yes. So that's a year and 2 months. That's just, you might have a hard time doing that, but just remember what you were doing out on special parole, right? And just remember that we could have said, yeah, no, 2029, right? Do yourself a favor and take that programming. We're all set. Thank you.
This is a very quick Washington.
Thank you. Bites the dust.